And we're live. Hello, Sandy. How are you tonight?
Hello.
You
Okay.
okay?
It's still not on here. Hang
You
on.
still on? Well, let me.
Hang
We'll get it worked out before too many people come along. I
It's
can hear you fine. Is it your incoming? Because your outgoing's good.
yeah. I can't hear you on my headphones.
I've never wore headphones doing lives, and I've always heard just fine. These phones do pretty good nowadays with the back noise and all that. But I get it. Headphones are a lot nicer. Plus, you look cooler. You look more important when you got headphones on.
I don't have any other
Go into the settings in
Yeah. I can't hear you.
okay, go into the settings in StreamYard and turn your mic it might be in the StreamYard settings. You see them?
Okay.
There you
Oh,
go. How's that? Mic check
better.
1 2 1 2.
Yeah. Can you hear me?
Yep, you're good. You might want to turn your mic down just a little bit.
I don't.
Y-
It's on total delay.
It's okay. We'll deal with it. Michigander says, "I'm actually looking forward to this one. To be honest, nothing. Our brain. I got to get my glasses on. I feel like an old fart here. Nothing in our brain. Something. Hold on. Get it.
Let me log out
Okay, go
and come
ahead.
back.
All right, go ahead. Do your thing. Nothing. Our brain. Right out there. Okay. All right. I get you. That's funny. Oh, Sandy. Technical difficulties suck. It seems like we always have them. Especially when somebody comes that isn't around a lot. It seems like they're the ones to get the technical issues. It's all right. Oh, come on, Sandy. Everybody have a good day. I know you have, Daniel. If there's anybody in the bushes, did you guys have a good day? And don't forget to pick up the limbs after you're done bushwhacking. Clean up your mess. There we go.
Can you hear me?
That's that's better. That's a lot better.
I was all. It's because I was picking up on have your YouTube on the
Yeah,
same time, so it's
yeah.
delayed.
You got to turn that off or turn it down.
Yeah, I just paused it, but I need to go back so I can see what the
Just
chat
turn the
said.
volume down. That way you can keep up with the
Okay,
chat.
I muted
See,
it.
there's reverb on it. I hear it. There we go. There it's gone.
Is that better?
Yep, that's it. You got it. Don't touch nothing else.
Okay, I'm not gonna do nothing. I'm not gonna do nothing.
Mm,
You see, look, see what this is?
that looks like a. Well, it looks like. What the hell is it? A knife? What is it?
Hell yeah, it's a knife.
Okay, what are you carrying a knife for? You planning on moving to Mexico or something?
This is to cut cords. This is black
Oh,
obsidian.
okay, that silly stuff.
And then here's my selenite.
All right, I'll support you either way. You know I love you, but I just don't get into it. I know You know how I feel about it. I feel you got a mind.
Do you know
That's
what?
all we
I know
need.
that I can do it without it.
Then why you do it with it?
So I just like to use it as a tool, as a visual.
You like okay? You like the special effects. All
This
right.
is my, yeah, because I'm fucking wild. Give
The
me a break.
Flash.
Like, seriously.
Yeah. All right.
You know that.
Hey, if it was a Cadillac, you put 20-inch rims on it, right? Or 22s on it, just because you can. I get it. Okay.
Yeah, see?
All right.
And I can feel the energy. And I
Okay.
can feel it. And then I feel like, because this is selenite. So selenite clears the energetic field around you. And I spin around like Wonder Woman.
Really?
For,
You're not Jewish, so you can't be Wonder Woman. You know that, right?
it's always got to go there.
Well, it's because
You know what? This is what I think. I think we should stop talking about them and like
you brought them up.
Go beyond that.
No, I'm always going to be on it. I just want people to be aware of them. As much as they do to trick people, we got to at least drop it in there every now and again. But that's not what this is about. This is about your book.
That's right.
So get talking about your book. You could show me your stage prop.
Read it backwards. It says.
There you go. It says Tints of Yandies. 79.
You know what? This thing is still not on my freaking headphone.
Well, just work on it while you're up there.
Look at my gypsy.
You still ain't got that mutt cut?
No, I'm not going to do it till September.
Okay.
That way she's got plenty for the. I'll cut her super short one more time. I know, baby girl.
Yeah, Daniel's really interested in this book here. And if not the persons in the book, he's definitely interested in the process of how you're. I've explained it to him. We talk on his live streams. I kind of told him what was up with it. I said it's not a book; it's more of a.
It's a journal.
Yeah, it's a journal or a self-help.
This thing is an adventure, is what this is.
Hey, Shifty, how are you, hon? I don't know how to label it. I'm not really good at putting labels on stuff.
It's a guided journal.
Okay.
This is the star of the show right here.
Which is really good because I personally don't need one, but a lot of people need that kind of stuff.
Because of the fact that there's so many people that have woken up in the last 5 years, the reason why I wrote this book is like for me, right? And then Source is like, because but Energy Source created this book. I mean, it came from nothing, like literally June 19th of last year, 24. Right. Is when my girlfriend and we were talking on the phone, and I was actually talking about, because I was writing this other book, which I'll probably put out like a 30-page, 40-page like digital download. It's not like this. This is 144 pages, believe it or not.
You didn't try. You didn't make that happen on purpose, did you?
No.
There you go. Synchronicity. There you go. That's good. I like it.
It actually. Come up here. So I was doing that, and I was talking about how I was going to write that book, and then because
we can't hardly hear you. You gotta get his mic. Mic up.
It's like it's going.
There you go. There you go. You might look cool, but you're paying the ass wearing them things. I'm telling you.
Well, it sucks because I can't hear you.
Well, take one ear off. There, Tina dummy.
I know, but I would. Shit. But I would prefer to.
Well, then you gotta speak in closer to the computer, I guess. Cause We can't hear you.
It's already set. So weird. Okay. Maybe that'll work. Stop. I might have to put her away.
Yeah, probably. She's probably gonna just try
Now I
to
can't hear you
distract
at all. Oh, did I turn my volume down? No. Oh, you should talk now.
Yeah, I'm here.
Such a Bond moment. I turned the volume down.
It's all right. We don't hold that against you. It happens. It happens to even brunette. I've seen it.
I'm like, why is it not working? Anyway. Okay, so you're gonna have to cut all this out. This is like backstage.
No, I ain't cutting nothing out. We roll with it. This is what you see is what you get. Bad and good. Oh, that way people know it's natural.
It's legit. Yeah,
That's right.
so
It's
legit.
organic. There's no props here.
Okay, so check this out. So I'm wanting to write this other book, right? Because I go back and I rewrite my entire history. I just went like crazy in 24, and I started some of it even back in like 2010, 2011, when I kind of had like not necessarily what people are going through right now, because this is like shock and awe. This is like wake up. And if you don't wake up in this round, I don't know if you're going to. I mean, people still are waking up, but
yeah. And like you and I have discussed, the ones that wake up in the end are the most important to the whole thing. We're not as important. We're doing the hard work behind the scenes, and we're supporting them. But the ones that are waking up, they're the ones that touch others a lot harder than we can. Because I can't hardly stand to be around them. I'm just gonna be honest.
well, that's because this is where we were at 15, 20 years ago,
Absolutely.
depending on what stage. But the thing is I feel bad for the ones that woke up in 20, 21, 22. Bless their little hearts, because they got to trudge through all that mud. And it's kind of like one of my friends, same one I was talking to about my book. She's my best friend, and
Thanks. I feel better about our relationship now.
she's a girl. We hang out on the weekend.
Yeah.
We went to the Havasu pool that's like got the naked pool and the nautical. Oh my god.
Yeah, you gotta put the dog away.
I'm going. She wants me to play. She's not even supposed to be in here because she goes to the bathroom.
My voice, let me apps go right into the mic. Woo!
Okay. Hang on just 1 second, okay?
All right. Shifty, you like this lady here, Sandy? That's why I kind of hanging out at your place, because her and I really, we sometimes we'll go hang out at places, but we don't have a lot of places to hang out because everybody's wanting to argue. Very few people want to be cool, unless they're like Charles is okay. Saying to go there, but some of it, I don't know. It's just changed in the last 2 years since I've been gone. Just getting back into it, seeing who's who and what's what. Rocky at free drafting and grow. Okay. But I like your flow. I like your style, and I like to hear people laugh, and that's what I see at your place, and that's why I kind of been hanging out over there. I infiltrated you, but I'm cool. I ain't gonna bring no drama or no dumb shit, so you don't have to worry about that. What you see is what you get.
I'm back.
All right, good.
Crazy dog. Oh my god. She's like mine. Like I'm her dog, but the only thing she's not trained well on, and it pisses me off, is I'm like, come here, and she doesn't do that. Like and we're still training her with that. I'm like, little shit.
Well, she was barking. You got up and took her out. Sounds like she got you trained.
She's not supposed to be in this room.
Whatever. You got up and took her.
Well, no, it's because I forgot to shut the gate.
Yeah, funny.
So anyway, back to my story. So this book was like not supposed to be here. You know what I mean? I wasn't thinking about that when I was thinking and doing all this other writing, and I had done this other journal, and I was doing these other journals, and then I was just doing like massive amounts of notebooks from the freaking Family Dollar, and then, like I said, in June, I was like I was catapulting myself because I was writing. I've written out my whole future, like where I want to be.
I get it. I can see that. I know how organized and diligent you are. And when you get your mind set on something, get it out of your way. Finish this part, but I want you to do this. Give the people a little brief history, because some of these people don't know you. Give your background a little bit before you get into the book, please.
What? How far back you want me to go?
Just give us the brief rundown. We don't.
Okay, so I grew up in California, in Orange County, big family, and lots of drama, and was raised in Christian environment whole entire life. Read that, memorized it, went 3-4 times a week, totally involved, like completely involved. I went to private schools, I went to private colleges. I mean, totally, right? And yet the whole time I'm like bucking the system because I'm just like this little rebel. But all of this horrible stuff, trauma happened, right? And I'm not going to get into all of that, but my whole entire life has been nothing but a perpetual rise and fall, rise, fall, rise, fall, and tragic. Like basically, my history would consider myself to be complex PTSD. So much coming at me. And I'm just like, I'm really sensitive about a lot of stuff, even though people don't necessarily see that because I have a very, like, I can just be stern and authoritative. I'm a Capricorn, a leader. I'm going to tell you what to do because, that's just the way it is. And so, and I'm very powerful, and I know that I'm powerful, and I know that I can manifest stuff because I've been doing it my whole life. And I can see how when that power gets focused in a negative manner, that's when I can get into a lot of trouble. And, source is right there to direct me in another direction. So my whole entire life, I was raised in upper middle class in Orange County. I was spoiled. I was the baby of the family. And so I was always well taken care of and still am. And yet there was a period of time when that wasn't the case because I went down the dark path, a lot of addiction, just did a lot of stupid stuff. I look back and like, I can't even believe I ever did that. Like the person that I am today would not do that. It's so, but it's part of my training, conditioning, learning lessons. And I'm okay with it because I went back and I rewrote my entire past. All of the hard parts, I didn't stop when I was about 30. And it's because everything that was like after 30 was relevant to everything before 30, and everything compounded on top of each other. So it's just been a lot of up and down, sober, not sober, sober, not sober, sober, not sober. I think the last time that I was intoxicated must have been it was around my awakening or a level up, I should say, because I was awake long before that. I was looking at stuff in 2000. I was looking at stuff in 95. In the 80s, I was always questioning. I could tell that I was always different, but then I kind of didn't realize it at the same time. And that I didn't recognize that until I became an adult, like a young adult. And I was like, wow, all of these people aren't like this. This is okay.
Yeah,
Thinking everybody's like that. I don't know if you've had that kind of.
Yes, I went through the same thing. You think everybody's just like you, and then you find out they're not, and you're like, oh.
And not recognizing that you're like this powerful being. Because I was always aligned with Christianity, because I had a relationship with Jesus. I considered him my friend. And when I was little, talking to the angels, he would come and talk to me. Who knows what it really was? You know what I'm saying?
We know what it really is, but it's done now. It's over.
It doesn't matter though, because
Right, exactly.
what I experienced was not negative. So
Yeah,
anyway,
that's right.
So then throughout the years, just a lot of really weird stuff would happen. And then I would go intense into my Christianity and stick with my faith. Because my junior high school, most of my 20s, I didn't really cool it until I was about 30. And that's when I went back to school, because I had already gotten a degree in psychology and sociology. And then I got certifications for networking for computers and hardware, software, building computers, making websites. I mean, so it was this integration of computers with the psychology and the sociology. And then I took archaeology, which or not archaeology, anthropology 1 and 2. Loved those classes. It fascinated me. I was obsessed with learning about ancient history. Me and Egypt, we have some type of a personal connection. Not quite sure what it is. And then the irony of that, because that's been within me since I was little, that this book comes out of that, because the Egyptians called it the Bennu bird. And it's all these different cultures throughout history. And when I went back to school for teaching, that was a really big aha moment. That would have been in 2000, 2001, 2000 or 2001. It might have started in 99.
That's when
I think it was 2000.
That's when you started blooming, though. When you started teaching with the children, right? I mean, that's when you felt your groove.
It was the learning part, because you have to understand, due to the trauma that I went through, that literally from before I was born, I was 6 weeks early. And so I wasn't even 5 pounds. I was tiny. And it different things kept happening. But here's the weird part. In the midst of all of it, because there was a lot of dissociation that can go on, I can totally click out, but I can go into that blank space. I think that space is actually a good space. I think people are full of shit when they talk about this disassociating. Why wouldn't you disassociate? So much bullshit going on around us at all times. Why wouldn't you disassociate? Where do you think I go when I disassociate? What you claim
Of course we do.
I go into my imagination and build from there. Because
right.
I think as the thought field, I bring it into the 3D because it's already here. So I'm just aligning my frequency through the thought field.
Right. And I know we try to say that we're all equal and all this, but boys and girls are way different. Boys are more active when they have issues and problems with their minds or their thoughts. Where girls, they kind of seclude themselves and they don't want to be around other girls. We get around other boys to kind of forget about it.
See, even though there was a lot of people in my family, there was a lot of chaos that was going on with the older brothers and sisters. Not all of the time, but there was this infighting that was going on between them. And I got caught in the middle of all that. And I'm like the youngest one, right? So I'm literally, this is how I see myself. I am like this little observer because I watched what everybody did, especially when they got older. I was, and they were all into the addictions and different behaviors. They
Yeah,
were.
it was the 70s and 80s. Hell yeah, they did.
Exactly. And I was kind of on the late end of that, you know what I mean? So it ends up with all of those different types of things that were going on through junior high and high school, trying to come into my own. This is what I learned. Anything and everything that I did, it was not peer pressure. It was not to fit in with everybody else, because even from a very young age, I did what I wanted. I still do that.
I agree.
I
I do the
mean,
same.
that's why I've been, laid off so many jobs.
Right.
Some of them I got fired from.
Well, I was having this discussion last night. I've never been addicted to anything. I did it. Everything I did because I wanted to do it, and I could always stop it if it became an issue. I don't think there's certain things that we know we need to do, so we just do it.
I mean, you just do it.
Yeah, just do it.
Yeah. And it just
Simple.
It interests me because I did not because of all of that trauma that was going on in junior high and high school. There was a lot that went on. And so, of course, then counseling comes in. Then I start learning how to journal. So I used to journal all the time when I was young.
Right.
And it taught me different skills because I never stuck with anybody. By the time I was 25, I finally went to like the last therapist because it was like requested for my job. And that particular position was causing a lot of emotional, like, coming up from me.
Right.
And so they were like, okay, because they did a lot of like counseling and like other kinds of like treatment stuff. And so I was one of the counselors there. And so I was having a hard time. And they were like, hey, we'll pay for you can go so that you can like do this or whatever. Because they're not ones to just let people go, because they know that this environment is very, it can be very traumatic. And you usually don't last more than 2 years.
Right.
I did not last 2 years.
Yeah, you hated that job.
That propelled me into going in a completely different direction, where I was like, I don't want to help people. I'm like, fuck this.
Yeah.
I said, I'm gonna go to school for computers.
But the sad thing is, you went in there too to help people, and then once you get in there, you learn that you can't help people the way you knew you can help people.
That I need to be able to help people.
Yes.
That's kind of fun. That's funny though, because when I was in the classroom and I started learning how to utilize like the energies and being able to manipulate different parts of the body and like talk things out and stuff like that, and I was just like, because I have like these healing hands, so I would do like just little things to the students, and they were perfectly happy to have that done to them. They will never forget me, because whatever I did to them, like one of them had some kind of something with their ear. So I just literally, because I go to my energy doctor and he's done stuff to my ears and I know what he did. So I just did that, plus I've watched all these other videos on different like EFT tappings to different like meridians to, just different stuff like that.
Sure. Well, do you want to jump into the book? You want to start explaining? If you're going to cut any of this up, and if you're going to make anything out of it,
sure,
to put on your site or put on your
yeah.
That way,
so basically,
it's not
what
real
I'm saying
long,
is
and we can get others up here, and we can start involving. I'm sure people have questions.
Let me just finish. let me
Yes,
just
yes,
finish
yes,
this last part,
yes.
because all of this is relevant to how this baby right here, Phoenix Rising,
Uh-huh.
how she came to be. Like, because she is representative of me.
Right. Okay.
Like,
I get that.
so
Yeah.
when I have, like, several of my friends have this book, and they're like, when I read it, I hear your voice,
Yeah, there you go. That's cool.
right?
That's,
And even the people that were working on this book were being affected by it because they had to go back and fix it so many times, which meant they had to keep rereading stuff. And one of the guys who was like, I don't know what's going on with this book, but there's something going on.
well, it's going to be great for my cousin because it's something she can do. She's all over the place. She's kind of dingy sometimes, airheady sometimes. Um, so she can write in it and just set it down and walk away from it, and that's how I know it's going to help her because she
Well,
wouldn't take the time to journal or, do.
see, yeah, because that's okay. So the way that I designed this book, um, it has 5 chapters. Like I said, it's only 144 pages, but don't get all freaked out about that. I can read this entire book in 1 hour.
Right. Yeah, but
Like,
it's not a reading book, it's a working book.
no, it's not. It's a
Right.
workbook.
Right.
And so I'll go through and give you like an introduction. I give you definitions like of the symbolism, and there's graphics.
Okay.
The graphics. There's my baby Phoenix.
Yeah,
And then I have
the last
flames
couple of
all over.
days, Phoenix Rising has been all over the place.
Oh
It's
my
everywhere I
God.
look. Yeah.
Since the California fires, is that January? I can't believe it was just January. It seems like it was yesterday. Time, it doesn't even, it's like some kind of weird illusion now. I don't even know what day it is half the time. So anyway, it's everywhere. And even in here, what was so funny, and I'll read it because it's like my favorite page. But after I get through the introduction, before you even finish the introduction, I'm asking you to list 2 experiences of being resilient. And then I list challenges to overcome. So immediately I'm getting you to start thinking, even though, because it depends on where you're at in your journey. Like, is everything blowing up right now and you're like, oh my God, I have to have this? Or did you just go through a whole bunch of something, or you just want to clear some stuff? It really depends on you. It can be surface level or it can be extremely deep.
Yeah, it's
And
going to depend on the user, of course.
it
Yeah.
is completely up to the user. I am just the interface, so it's like source me, you.
Well, that's cool. That's cool. Very, you can vary in your,
Yeah, it's not,
yeah,
it's very just very open, and
right.
it's to each his own perception, because every single person on the planet has their own perception, which
That's
is why
right.
everybody sees
That's right.
everything completely different. But then I offer open spaces at the end of each chapter. This is asking you what your intentions are, like for what you're about ready to do, because you're going to go on a journey with Sandy. And we go through, and I have these different quotes throughout the book. I think my favorite one, and it represents it so much. It's by Friedrich Nietzsche.
That read Nietzsche.
Friedrich Nietzsche. Ready must thou be to burn thyself in thine own flame. How couldst thou become new if thou hast not first become ashes?
Yeah, like
That's my
Nietzsche.
life.
There's a lot of good 17th, 18th century philosophers that people just don't.
They have no idea.
Yeah,
And so,
they
okay,
don't.
so myself as a teacher, I also wanted to incorporate throughout this book, because I have become, when I went and started through my teaching, because you got to understand, junior high, I hated my history teacher. Freshman year of high school, slept through the class the whole time. The guy was so boring. The US history and stuff, I was a little more interested in that. A lot of the ancient history, I kind of was like, but I got a lot of my history from all of the Bible reading that I did my entire life. So it was
Right.
like kind of intertwined. So I saw their history almost more from that perspective than from what the schools are teaching. And I didn't pay attention a lot and I talked a lot. But when I went to college and got serious and was sober, I would get straight A's. It was just my whole thing was I'm so freaking smart. I don't have to study for this test. I finish all my work. I don't have homework.
And when I wasn't drunk, I got A's. You said it when you were sober. You were partying. You were trying to do both at the same time. You were trying to.
Well, I did a lot of that. Yeah, particularly when I was in high school and college, yeah. I mean, there was a ton of it. So I was like, I gotta have time for my boyfriends and to go hang out with my friends and go shopping and
well, if anybody
whatever.
knows it, they know that you want to be in it. You're all in, no matter what it is. You're all in, and you want
to
do it all. Right, I get it.
So with this book, then I've incorporated it because
that's good.
I'm looking at it from a standpoint of you are going to learn something when you do this book. Not it like there's so many different levels to it because you could just go through and then maybe go on your own little study because you're like, oh, who's Friedrich Nietzsche? Like maybe you've heard of him, but you've never read him, right? Then I show you this quote, and now you're going to be interested in him. And now it's going to open up a whole nother world to you.
Sure.
Right? Because these I am falling in love with the ancient philosophers. It's funny. The Greek philosophers. I have a quote in here from Heraclitus. He's like pre.
Oh yeah.
And so I had to take philosophy. Like I took a summer class philosophy. I hated this teacher and he didn't like me and he had favorites. I think I got like a C- in his class. And I had to read all of these philosophers, all of these different books. I mean, in my social theories, I read Karl Marx.
Yeah, imagine that.
Because they were literally like, just pick somebody, you know what I mean, on this list. And I was like,
just
all right, I guess I'll.
yeah, just the fact he's on that list is a red flag. That today, I mean, look at it.
But you got to understand,
crazy.
like,
even then they knew what they wanted to do.
I got programmed, but I was questioning everything. One of my girlfriends at the university that I was at, she was like, you come to class late every single day. And she goes, and you pass the class. And I was like, yeah, so what's the problem? And she looked at me and she goes, you can get away with it because the teacher's in love with you.
Using a woman with wiles. Yeah, we can't do that.
I had no idea. I heard this story like 10 or 15 years later from her. And I was like, what? I don't even know what you're talking about. And it was funny because I had to call him and talk to him when I started my teaching program. And so I graduated, probably had been almost, I don't know, like 8 or 9 years. He knew exactly who I was.
Well, sometimes it just helps. It helps to be a woman, I guess.
I'm just unforgettable. See, that thing. It's like
you don't want your head to explode now, so calm down.
No, because I just make my presence known, and I know that about me. Like that's just how I am. Okay, so
Maggot's got a pin. He's got a needle. He's ready to pop your head when it gets too big.
That's all through humility, honey.
Yeah, I know. I know you are. I know you're just joking around.
And so, so as you go through the book, you'll have different quotes throughout each chapter. The first chapter is about embracing the flames. I go slow through the book. And search your meaning. Viktor Frankl. Very nice, Maggot. Thank you for sharing. Go find another one that's really interesting. I love quotes. I love them.
You got him started now. Get started now. He's on it.
Okay. So as I start the book, the way that the first couple of chapters, and there's 5 chapters, probably the first 2, maybe 3, sort of, it's going to help you to think about your past and how you were resilient, how you went through previous issues. And so I'm walking you like piece by piece. That's why it's a guided journal. And you only do like one little section at a time, and a section would be like 2 or 3 pages.
Okay.
And then a week later, a couple of days later, like let that simmer. Because what's going to happen is that Source is going to show you something like relevant to that, because you just shined a light on it. And so now it's going to be presented out in the 3D. And then it's going to be your choice on how you want to proceed. And the way that the game works is you got to make a different decision. So you got to break the pattern.
Well, you got to commit too.
Right. But conscious awareness, I mean, there's so many people today, they're like, they are literally like, well, why do I need to wake up? Well, why do I need to know this information?
Those are for the people who have choice. The way I don't know about others. Well, I do. Some of us don't have a choice. It just happens. And
I totally get that. And the problem has come to where, I mean, this kind of goes back to like when I'm younger, and then all of a sudden I realize that not everybody's like me.
Well, I think where your workbook's going to help people, here's why I dig it, because it's the process of being given knowledge and wisdom is so overwhelming, and then
this
trying
breaks
to fit
it down. This breaks it down,
right? And then trying to fit it into all your movements with your family and your friends and your wife and your children. And you can't keep your thoughts. Like I said, most people don't journal. I didn't journal either.
And this is the funny thing. Journaling's the most powerful thing that you can do.
Yeah.
And I mean, I figured this out you're talking to somebody that has a degree in psychology. I did not get my master's because I was like, I'm not going to waste any more time coming here.
Right.
No joke. Like I did what I was supposed to do. Like, you know, my parents raised me to gonna have to get your degree. And it's a freaking miracle that I graduated from college. I went to like 4 different colleges. I got kicked out of one of them. How do you do that?
You know how you did it.
And then I got suspended from another one. There was always I got accused of being the ringleader, and maybe one day I'll tell this story, but I was not the ringleader. The reason why they were pointing at me is like I was the one that planned this whole thing, which I wasn't, and is because I had good grades, and they were all failing, and so they just assumed because they were failing. No, they were failing because they were partying. I was like actually good at that particular point in time.
Right.
That's like when I got like a 3.8 GPA. and then the next semester I was partying my ass off and I got a 2.5.
Yeah,
that's how I roll.
When I was in school, I just tried to do as less as I possibly could, but still pass. I wouldn't even take books home. I wouldn't none of that.
I know exactly what
I
you
knew
mean.
It wasn't gonna matter. It's not my thing. It's just not. Some people sing, and that's what you wrote it for.
Say,
for them.
There are millions of people that journal. There's actually going to be a lot of people that are going to end up buying this book that don't journal, that will journal. because of the way that it is set up. Because there's like, it's not intimidating. Look at, there's like,
No, I looked at it, and yeah,
I mean, like,
it's simple.
there's just,
It's basic. It's easy.
that's you're not having to read a lot. And then,
Right.
okay, so I did that, and then I'm giving you, let's see if I can see it. Those are like my little writing boxes. That shouldn't be intimidating. You can write a few words in there.
It wasn't that I wasn't intimidated by the work. It's just that I didn't want to do it because I wanted to do other things. I wasn't intimidated. I was just lazy or interested in other things.
You don't think that I haven't had a bunch of students that
I
are
know
like
you have. Yeah, I know you have.
And I still managed to get them to do their work because they had to.
Right.
Because I was going to make them sit down at recess. I was going to call in their parents. I would say, you have 2 weeks to get this turned in. And they did it. I mean, it was, I had parents, and I left a particular school, and then I was like still visiting back there to see the students. And the parents were like, you really did know what you were doing. I was like, yeah. I said, there is a method to my madness. I said, I'm going to whip them into shape. Because they were, they're not the easy ones. That's why they were there.
Yeah, you have a way with people. I've seen it. I've seen you at work. I know what's up.
Well, and it just really depends on which one you want to see. Because there's like a nice me, and then there's a not nice me.
Well, see, I see nice in both ways. You, even when you're trying to be mean, you're still nice. You don't have. Sorry, you just gotta have it in you. I hate to burst your bubble, but you ain't very good at being mean.
I think that there's somebody that I live with that would disagree.
Well, that's because you sleep next to you. I don't sleep next to you.
But it's not like at the top of my agenda. But I can have a resting bitch face at all times if I need to. So it's like I can be intimidating just sitting here, and I'm not doing anything, and I'm all up in my head, disassociating from what's going on around me. And I'm like, oh God, it's so great up here.
Yeah, well, Earth to Sandy.
Okay, so anyway, let me get through the book, and then they can start asking questions. In each chapter, I have something called Take a Break, Self-Care Practices. And on that page are things that you can do, because what I recognize just from my own journey is really focusing on taking care of you. It goes back to the example of being on a plane, and you have to put your oxygen mask on first. Well, why is that not apply in like real life, like everyday life? It made it, because it seemed to be like, I had to like people please. I always wanted to help everybody, but I mean, that's kind of like within me to want to do that. But then other people can take advantage of that. So then you have to be aware of that type of a situation. I mean, there's just a lot that goes into that. But taking care of yourself, because I'm a mom, so I was like, okay, I got to take care of the baby, I got to take care of my husband, got to take care of the children, I got to go take care of my work, I got to,
Mama bear, I get it, yeah, mama bear.
And you finally have to get to a place, the sooner the better. You got to start taking care of you. So like little simple things, because I don't watch TV, but watching a comedy, like something that's really going to make you laugh. You probably have to go back and watch something in the 80s, 90s, or early 2000s, because everything now is like
put MASH on or Sanford and Son.
A little Three's Company.
Yeah, I didn't know. I didn't like that whole Jack pretending to be gay thing. That was they were making lying, just normalizing it, and the whole now look where we're at. Wow, them guys were very deceptive. I just didn't.
Well,
I
mean,
seen it then, just like when they started putting tags and dog necks, tracking devices in. I knew it was coming. 20 years later, boom. You know,
I said the exact same thing. I would tell people, I'd be like, they're just testing that out in the dogs, right?
yeah. I hate it that I'm that way because I don't want to be that way. Because when you say it, people are like, "Oh
They're
yeah,
all.
right.
But
Yeah."
you know what's so funny? I'll be standing like Walmart line, Target line, grocery store line, Kohl's, Macy's, wherever I'm at, right? And I don't know. There's just like something will happen, and all of a sudden I'm all bet, 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 bet.
Yeah,
And then I just move along.
right. And everybody here does it. You know.
I drop seeds like crazy. I'm like, yeah, you should wait until whatchamacallit comes out. And now my big thing is I'm like, they're all working together. And if you can't figure that out, then I don't know what to do. I was like, you're still stuck in duality. Get out of there. You come to
Yeah.
balance and stop worrying about what's going on. And that's like this book. Focus back inward. Why? What's inside of us, Phil?
Well, a lot of confusion at that moment. A lot of confusion because the world's telling you this and your spirit's telling you this, and you never listened to spirit before, and now it's time to start listening to it, and it's confusion. That's what happened to me. If the source hadn't his I called him them hand for 6 months because he bitch slapped me so hard. And I didn't know what to call him. I didn't want to disrespect it. Or when I say him, I think it's a it for number one.
It's us.
But you want to be so correct at that moment, and then I was into
Well, and there's that crossover, right? Because it's
the
like
whole
you're
Jesus, the whole
you're
Jesus
leaving
thing.
you're leaving all of this that was built over here, and now you're coming over here, and you're like, oh my God. I can remember when I was going through that. That was probably it started probably in 2014, 2015.
Well, when you come to me, you were questioning. I was breaking down the scripture, and
no, that's what I'm saying.
yeah,
And but it was going on before that.
Sure, it's been going
so
on
many,
all my life. I just didn't know it.
right.
Until he smacked me.
I remember
Like,
a
oh,
lot. I
my bad.
remember a lot of when I first came online, and because she's almost what 10, like 13, 14, 15 years ago. There was a lot going on. I almost lost my house, and there was all kinds of weird stuff that happened with that. So I ended up not all the timing of everything. I was just like, we were paying bills, but we didn't have enough money to pay our bills. I mean, it's
yeah, I hear you.
lots of like a really weird thing. My car almost got repossessed, and I told the guy, I was like, you are not taking that car. You are not taking that car. You are not taking that car. And at one point he says to me, I'm not taking your car. I don't know why I'm telling you this, but you need to park this car in front of this car so that if somebody else comes, I'm not going to come. But if somebody else comes tonight, then they won't be able to take it. I don't know why I'm telling you.
Yeah, I mean, I get
it. And my husband, he says, when the guy left, he's looking at me like this. And he goes, you did some serious Star Wars shit.
Whatever happened, whatever you did, it's best. I find it's best that you don't know that you do it, because when you do it, it's.
Well, I honestly I was not consciously aware I would be
No,
today.
I can see you being scared to death, and you're intention in your.
No, I wasn't scared at all.
Well, I mean, you're scared you're gonna lose your car. I would be, and you're like,
Well, but I was literally, I brought out my checkbook and I was like, look, dude, I go, that motherfucker should be there, like literally. And the next morning I called and they had received it that same fucking day.
Oh, okay, I got you.
I was just like, you
So you
fucking
weren't like too
assholes.
much behind, and you're like the guy's walking away with his eyes on.
Well,
on
I was not even 3 months behind. And that's why, like, I was arguing with them so much because
Yeah,
I was like, they should have my payment. I'm like, look, I mailed it last week, which means they should be getting it. And, and I'm like, look, this is how much money I have in the bank. Cause I don't know, for some reason, like we got a whole bunch of money for some reason. And I was literally like, I'm gonna get it caught up. Like,
sure.
because we were having all these issues with jobs and this is kind of coming out
And
of
you're
that
living in
whole
Cali,
thing.
the worst place you could live to be struggling, honestly, because everything's so expensive.
Back then it wasn't,
Yeah,
not the way it is now. It's ridiculous. I'm like, Californian, you guys, they're getting trolled so bad by Gavin Newsom. It's like insane. I'm like, somebody sent me some video and she's like, that orange demon, right?
yeah,
And because Newsom was talking about him or something, and she's like, that orange demon. And I wrote back and I was like, they are two wings of the same bird.
yes,
I'm
literally.
sick and tired of the people not realizing that, even though they actually do realize that, but then they continue with their nonsense and they're like, oh, it's, we got to have this and we got to have that and we got to have this and we got to have that. And I'm sitting here just like, you guys, if you like were friends and we were all friends, you realize that we could take all of them.
Yeah, absolutely. It'd be that simple, but
even
it's
even
not
even
gonna
if
happen.
it was energetically. I saw a lot of weird things going on in 2020 and 2021 where there was a massive amount of people that came together
Hmm.
and
Sure.
and then what happened? But now you have a whole new slew of spiritual people. Like, I mean, my my spirituality is like leveled up. It probably once a month. I mean,
Well, I'll
it's
be honest with you. I was
expanded
really
so fast.
seriously considering not even coming back to this platform, and I just wanted to be by myself and do everything within. But then people were asking, "Hey, you gonna be here?" And I can do both. I can still do my within thing and do this.
Yeah, because we are still, as much as we want to hermit, because I prefer to do that. I work from home, so I don't have to deal with anybody. I have to go to Walmart, put my little, uh, my shields up and walk in there as a flame, and nobody bothers me. And, um, that's pretty much about it. I pretty much order everything online. If, sometimes we go out to eat, but most of the time I would prefer just to like get food to go and bring it home, some nice restaurant. I'm like, I don't want to be out there with all those people. It's too noisy. It's just too much.
Yeah, I get it. I understand. I used to be outgoing, and I get up at 5 in the morning and work all day. The last few hours, give estimates, and get home at 10, 11 o'clock at night, and that was my normal day. You know, so I've really slowed down. Really, really,
I've
really
I
slowed down.
have I have cut my to-do list into pretty much like zilch.
Yeah.
If I need the house clean, then I pay for somebody to come and do it. Like I'm not doing it, and I'm home all day long. It's not like I don't have time to do it, but I'm like, no, I'm not doing
Yeah,
it. I'm just not.
I understand.
I spend most of my time in the water somewhere. So I mean, it's hot right now, so I'm perfectly happy just drinking coffee in the pool for 2 or 3 hours in the morning. I
Yeah, it
mean,
must be nice once you just rub that in there, girl.
but it's been important for me because my energy internally has been so off the hook. I mean, just
Yeah.
like it, the all of the whatever, I'm like sensitive to EMF or something. And it's been a constant for me since probably 2014, 2015. I started in 2012 or 2013. I had gone to this church and I had the fire.
Yeah.
I requested the fire and I was like baptized in the fire.
Right.
And I collapsed when that happened. And after that, there was this energetic thing that was hovering, and I would be able to like move that energy through me. And
Yeah.
over time, I learned how to manipulate that energy. And I was like, I don't even know what this is, and I don't know what it's for, and I don't know what's going on. All I know is that my whole entire life has completely changed. My way of thinking has completely changed. My perception has completely changed. And I'm just going back to core and focusing more on me and what I need. And, that goes back to my self-care practices.
Right.
Taking care of yourself by walking, exercising, and stretching. So I do that. Listening to music, singing, and dancing, that is like a constant. Relaxing in a bath, breathing exercises, absorbing rays of sunshine. I like to be out in the sun. Grounding barefoot daily, lighting candles and meditating or humming. I do that every day. Hug a tree and tell it your woes. I talk to my trees in the back.
Tree hugging hippie.
And then I drink water. Like that's pretty much all I drink.
Right.
And then mirror work with ice dating affirmations. And those are like obviously optional. So like for me personally, I was that like year, 2 years, 3 years, I went crazy on doing a lot of this stuff. I was like obsessed with it because all of a sudden it was like, oh, there's me. Like, what about me? Because nobody ever asked me how I am. And you sure as fuck don't want to hear what I'm going to tell you, right?
Right.
I'm too deep. I'm too like expansive.
But
I'm
that's
too.
what type of personality it takes to do this. Because I couldn't do it. I kudos to you for it. Because a lot of people
Thank
need
you.
it. I just
Well,
can't.
and this is also okay. So the cool part is in the middle of all of this crazy stuff, I'm learning all this like astrology. I'm learning about I was hooked on numerology like 20 years ago. I kind of stayed away from the whole like tarot and all these other kinds of things because it was
Yeah.
bad. That's what I was taught, it was bad. Even though I was
Yeah.
always attracted to it. I was always attracted to witches. That's where my friends. I mean, it was like the weirdest thing. And then I was just kind of like, eh. But universe was showing me something
Well, I think
through.
those things. I think those folks that do those things. I think they're just like the churches. There's good and there's bad in all of them. It's the
Yeah, but
spirit that's
see,
in them. That's
I
all.
was still not willing to let go of what I learned. And I don't think that people understand, I've had many people have told me, that's not of God. And
Well,
and stuff like that. And I'm like, okay, first off, God has made everything. Everything. Everything.
well, the first thing once you learn the truth, you have to ask people, well, which God?
Oh, I say
Because
that all the time. I've gone
that's the whole thing. It's like being on a teeter totter, or you got to be on the right side. You just have to know what spirit works with you, and that's the big problem with people. They just don't know, and it's going to get bad.
well, it's very I mean, working in the education system, we have a problem with the education of our children. They're, it, I think that they are here for another reason. And education, I mean, you can get an education online. I mean, you could literally just develop like this little like crazy curriculum. Oh, maybe I should do that for the new earth. And so, really, why are you texting me?
Hello.
And so, like, why? I totally lost my train of thought. Oh, with the education system, they're here for another purpose.
Elaborate. What are you talking about? What you mean?
I think that, well, the education system that we have needs to become obsolete because
Of course.
They're not teaching what is needed. They're teaching ideology, propaganda.
Being a Christian, you know whose world this is.
Yes,
That's
I
all
know.
you need to say.
I'm fully aware of
I know you
what
are. I know you are. But I'm
what the
just saying
plan
most
is.
people aren't. That's the. How do you talk and have a discussion with people when they don't even know where they're standing?
Well, I
That's
have
the
a
thing.
really I can explain a lot to
I know you
people
can.
in a
I've
way
watched you.
that
I've
makes
watched you
it
work. You're good at it.
in some ways easy to
Yeah,
understand
you're a
because
bullshitter from way back, and you've
yeah.
refined it.
Oh
You
yeah, I'm
refined
such
it
a
to
bullshitter from way
teaching.
back. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
You know.
It's just I've been able to absorb so much information because literally, and I'm not exaggerating when I say this, um, I love to research and read. I
Yeah.
mean, obviously, like you would have to if you were a teacher, but I found that teachers were the teachers are drunks, what they are, a lot of
Right.
them. Like I was like, wow, like they're like
And
drunk, like they're coming in
let
hungover drunk.
me clarify. When I say bullshitter, a concrete man in carpentry and the auto world, a bullshitter. That's a good term. That's a positive term. That means you can adapt well to the
Yes,
situation. You
yes, yes,
go with the
yes, I
flow.
can. Yeah,
Yeah,
I know. Depending, I would know how to act based on the environment that I'm in.
yeah. Wasn't trying to offend you. If anybody thought I
No,
offended you,
I didn't take it that way at
I
all.
know you didn't. I just
I
want
could just play the bullshit game. How about that?
there. You go.
Who
We
shit?
we
Bullshit.
walk.
Who
We
shit? You
do
shit.
when we get up. We play the bullshit game. It's all bullshit.
It is all bullshit. Uh, My husband says that to me all the time. He goes, you think everything's bullshit. I said, because it is.
Yeah.
It's not even, I'm like, I hear some little tidbit because I'm not allowed to watch the news like at all. It's not allowed to be on.
I I like to watch it because I like to see the deception. It's counterintelligence for me.
Okay, then you can watch it. That's fine. But for me, I am too stimulated. I immediately jump on the defense. I don't want to be like that anymore. I'm sick and
Well,
tired of having to
I'm
like,
gonna go ahead and out you right now. I'm gonna embarrass you. Were on that same train, and you were with it, yeah. And but you seen it. Everybody, like you said, everybody has their motion that they have to take in it, and you wouldn't have been nothing about Trump unless you. But you were the people that were around you.
here, this is the funny part about all of it though, is that I was the first person out of my entire group to call it out. I was like, this literally, I saw him walk down those stairs because I think I wasn't working. I was teaching, so I
It better
wasn't
have been you.
working.
I give you enough information.
No, like I was off because it was in the
Yeah.
summertime. So I was off for the summer. And um and he comes down these stairs, right? And he gives this like speech, and I'm literally sitting there at the edge of my seat, and I'm like, motherfucker, I can't believe he just said that. Holy shit. I've been saying that for 20 years. I'm
Yeah.
like, fuck. I was like, he's gonna be president. And I told all my friends and my parents, and they were like, he's not gonna be president. My mom and I were having like a war. She's like, you better vote for Cruz. And I was like, fuck no. I was like, he's married to Maria Bartiromo or whatever. I think that's who it is. If I can remember, it's been so long. I don't follow none of that shit no more. But whoever, no, it might not be her, but because she's part of the, oh, what's it called? It's that group of people.
The Bilderbergs?
It's not like the Bilderbergs. It's the Council on Foreign Relations.
Oh, okay.
Council on Foreign Relations. Yeah. And Cruz, whoever he's married to, if it's Maria Barcelona, then that's who it is. But if not, then whoever his wife is connected to the CFR. And I was just like, no, they're a ruse. Nope. And I'm just done. I'm just done with it, like, completely. This is the first year I've never voted, and I just don't care.
Yeah, the Council on Foreign Relations could be no more closer to being a council than the Federal Reserve is federal. It's all, it's a bunch of millionaires and billionaires.
It's a bunch of bullshit.
It's people trying to manipulate people. That's all it is.
And I was like, oh, okay, so like the Clintons are on here, and then all of these different actors and actresses are on here. I was all, nope, that's that club that George Carlin's been talking about.
I still don't think that exists.
What?
Them clubs for him, all them, yeah. I don't know. George Carlin's clubs was like white privilege. I didn't see any of it, I tried to get in the clubs, but no, I ain't getting in no clubs.
He's talking about the club that's the elite club, the 1%
yeah, I know.
club.
I know.
The 0.5% club, whatever it is.
Yeah.
Here's the deal. What if none of it's even fucking true?
That's what I'm saying.
All of it? No, literally everything. And I mean everything.
Yeah. Okay. I started looking up numbers last night. I meant to tell you this earlier.
Yeah.
Listen, for the children thing. You remember in 2018 and 2019, 500,000 children be taken. Now the numbers have dropped. Like, it's stupid, ridiculous numbers. I think the whole thing's fake. That's why I'm agreeing with you. I think you're right. I'm 100%. I think you're right.
Well, just the same way that they tell us what our unemployment rate is, they tell us the population of the world. You ever been on the death clock? You ever seen that? I took a picture of it on 12/31 of 2020, 21, and 22. And I was like, look at that, motherfuckers. I said, 56 million people died. I said, in the following year, 56 fucking million people died. And the next year, 56 million fucking people died. You know why? Because it's on a clicker.
Mm-hmm.
It's on a timer. So it's anticipating how many people are dying, how many people are being born. And they're like, oh, based on such and such. I'm like, there's still like 8 or 9 billion people on this planet. No fucking way. They're going around in Africa and counting everybody. For what?
Yeah, I don't think there's 8 billion people here either.
We had 4.6 billion people in 1984.
Yeah, I don't know.
And somehow, some way between, like, what did we killed out? 23 million people in like Iraq or Syria, one of those.
Yeah, I think that's why a lot of us wanted to go internal, because our spirit knows it's bullshit, and we just need not be in it.
We don't need to be.
No.
We don't, like Singh would say, we don't need that screen in front of us.
Yeah, I went through that in prison. That's how I come out. Like, I just didn't want to, and it wasn't because I was in prison. It's because my spirit, I seen all the garbage and the bullshit, and it's like, it's fake.
So it's a no wonder. And then, like, I mean, you could get into soulless people if you want. Like, what are there soulless people? I asked my energy doctor about it. I was like, is there any way you can tell if somebody is like soulless? And he said, no. He goes, but there are people that have come in here and then like left.
Well, just like the reptilian thing, I don't think there's leather skinned people walking around. I think
my girlfriend my girlfriend's seen it.
Well, like these
multiple times
Hollywood.
on people that are elites.
Right, but they don't get. But here's the thing: they get the eyes. It's a spirit. Because I got so many pictures of a spirit on them, attaching them, oppressing them. You know.
Well, would things say that? Where is he? He needs to be on here.
I don't know, but they want us. They want us to think it's one thing, so we
He was
manifest their
saying that it's
reality.
them like locked in.
Yeah.
Like it's like chains or something. Like they're
I don't know about all
like
that.
it's like an energetic like field around them it's cloaking that, but so maybe there's a reptilian overlay, energetic overlay, almost like how they try to tell us, and I mean, there's no freaking way to know for sure.
Right.
To ask source, or sing because he could tell us about it.
Just some of the things people say, I have a hard time following it because it sounds so ridiculous sometimes. But
yeah, but there's a possibility that
I get it.
the way that the simulation was set up originally was more of like a really positive good time, but it's all like hearsay, and then maybe that's some kind of a parallel somewhere, or
Well, if it's all
energetic shift
hearsay,
of
then we need to
something.
shut up and be within ourselves. That's kind of what I'm getting from the spirit. Like, you guys just need to quit talking about it. And yeah,
because energetically what it's doing is it's actually creating it. And so like I see that even with like the alien agenda, because it's propaganda. Like people are getting trolled on that shit too. Things are not as they seem.
well,
It is
here's what I got from the spirit: is it's
as
like holding us. It's holding us back. We're gonna be who we are to become, regardless. But all we're doing is slowing us down when we believe the garbage.
well, that's what the rabbit holes are for.
Yeah.
Excuse me.
So
I mean, I've come to this conclusion, but that was me after I was going to tell you earlier, literally I spent from the early 2000s on the internet reading every fucking conspiracy that I could find.
yeah.
And there was a lot that was on there. I think it's funny, like apricot seeds now B17. I'm like, hello, I saw the original videos in the 70s of the dude talking about it fucking 20 years ago. I've been telling people about this B17 shit. People don't fucking believe me. And now all of a sudden, 20 years later, here we are. You know, B17 apricot seeds, you can buy them in Canada. They're fucking illegal.
The whole heirloom seed thing's been hijacked and ruined. That's another.
Here's the funny part. This is the funny part. This is where I would like to see the consciousness expand. Is okay, what do we do? So we're in this original place where we're like, we're doing what everybody else is doing. Okay, now we're going to jump over here to this side. This is the opposite of everything that they've been telling us. Okay, then once you figure out, you're like, okay, this is also not true. This is a waste of time. I don't need to know about all these idiosyncrasies except for just fun, right? Because that's where I'm at. I'm like, I'm really not learning anymore. I'm going to go like learn more history, not the conspiracy, because the history will explain to you the conspiracy in present day. Why? Because history always repeats itself. The patterns are there. And when I was going to college, when I went back for teaching, I had to take these badass state tests.
Okay.
I had to learn everything that was kindergarten through 8th grade that was ever taught. Half that shit I wasn't taught. And remember, I talked all the time, so I don't fucking remember a lot of it. And so I had to go back and reteach myself, which meant that I literally had to study 1 month straight. I worked full time, came home every night and studied for 7 fucking hours. Went to bed, got up and went to work. I did the solid for a month. I was writing notes, reading and doing note cards and memorizing. It was all history from Sumer Mesopotamia, Fertile Crescent, to present day at that time was early 2000s.
And
And when I saw what I had to learn and what I saw, I could see all the patterns.
Yeah, I'm gonna
And
say
I was
we
like,
should
that's when I
apply.
started questioning stuff.
Yeah, we should apply. Well, it's just like when you learn the God of the Bible. Who you obey is who your master is. So if you're worshiping that Bible as God in the Old Testament, then you're worshiping Satan. Okay? But if you're, how's it affecting you when the Department of Justice, FBI's own numbers say 800,000 children were taken in 2019, but 450,000 never returned. So nearly half of them are gone. That's a lot of children. I figured it up. It's like 1,250 a day, 51 and a half an hour. I didn't know nobody had children taken. But now, today, it's like 200,000. And that's, I can't even get the Department of
This is
Justice.
what I'm going to say.
Huh?
How many out of, we're older. How many people do you know that have a missing child that A, never came back, or B, was missing for a period of time?
I don't know any, honestly. I don't.
I don't know any. I don't know any either. One incident in the town that I lived in, a child went missing. He was like 13, and he went missing, and he was buried in their backyard. But we had the whole entire community was looking for him, going door to door. I mean, it was a massive fucking hunt.
Yeah, so can you imagine 1,250 a day? Is that whole thing somebody caring about their child and how everybody be all tore up about it? But you don't see that. So how did they get those numbers? Why did they inflate those numbers?
That was
It makes no sense.
weird.
There's no what's the end game to inflate your numbers to that extreme because it makes you look like
I
you're not
figured it
doing
out.
your job.
Nope. I figured it out.
What is it?
If they push, okay, first off, it's propaganda push for fear, right? So everybody fell for, there's all these predators out there, they're going to steal your children. Why? Because our age group, we dealt with that, but we didn't deal with, it was our fucking family members, or it was,
Yeah, or
the
babysitter
neighbor down
son.
the street.
Yeah.
Right. It wasn't necessarily, but look back at all of those like missing shows that showed up, right? That whole thing was fucking propaganda. That guy was like connected to Hillary Clinton or something. And then supposedly like her phone number, you call the missing hotline and it takes you to some Clinton number or something. I mean, this is like old news to me. I learned this a long time ago, but that's why I can't give no money to any of those.
Yeah. Even Susan G. Komen cancer, she stole a bunch of money. It's like everybody.
Any of those large corporation, nonprofit connected philanthropy, it's all just passing money laundering. And maybe there's a little bit of good, thrown in there. They're going to be like, oh yeah, well, we threw out like $1 million, but they collected, 100 million.
We're a non-for-profit. We kept 82 million as the 84 million.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, okay, so this is what I figured it out. And I figured this out a long time ago. I can't believe I never told this to you, because I know we were having this discussion before, but I think I just never, I don't know, just never said it to you. But this is what I figured out. I was like, okay, so there's all this pre-programming that's going on, right? That comes back to like our age group. Then fast forward, all this time has passed. Then you have this technology that shows up, because remember, everything that's going on right now is a fucking script. Everything's already been written.
Sure.
It's already been, it's over. Right. Like everything, it's already over. It's like, you guys, nobody has anything to worry about. It doesn't matter. The minute that I let go of, oh my God, was the day that I was like reborn and could have a normal nervous system. But with the children, I see it that this is how they can bring it in, just like they can bring it in through the medical, which I called it for that 2020 crap. I told my energy doctor 3 years before that's what they were going to do. I was like, they're going to do something to the medical. That's how they're going to get everybody.
Okay.
And I have a thing for knowing things way in advance of everybody else. So that's just something that I have. But with this one, this is what I deduce so far. Now, there could be other information that comes in, but this is what I'm looking at. You've got, like you said, there was the 800,000, right? Holy cow, that's a lot, right? That's almost a million children. Propaganda, 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 propaganda. Push, 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 push. What do we have? We put the chips in the dogs back in what, the early 90s or what have you?
And yeah.
Late 80s, early 90s. Put the chips in the dogs. Then over the years, you've had some weird little places where they've put the chip inside of people's hands, and now that's how you get in through the doors and all this. And then when you have a million children missing every year, well, parents, we've solved it. Get your kid chipped.
Yeah, I get that part.
But it has to do with all this other that's going on the sidelines, because it's fear. They just push, and these people buy into it, and they're like, oh my God. I mean, so can you imagine the millennials in another 5-10 years? They're going to be begging for their children to be chipped.
I mean, that's I agree with what you. That's a simple version of why they did it. I think there's another layer of that onion to be peeled. That's where I'm at with it.
The problem is that we have a lot of etheric implants that we don't know about. I've had several removed.
Because the evidence of it being done, okay, so there wasn't chips. Okay, say 800,000 in 2019, and then here in 2024, there's only 200,000. So why would we need to put chips?
That's because Trump's in there.
Well,
he's getting them all. He's getting all the predators.
Let's leave all the politicians and leave all that out of it. Let's just work with the numbers. So you got 800,000.
Okay, but they manipulate the numbers for everything. So why would that be any different?
But I'm trying to make people understand it from a place in a way that they're not understanding it. So there's been no push for chipping children.
Not yet.
But why would you want to push the chip for children? Because the numbers went down 600,000 in 6 years. So they're obviously.
Because I'm sure the minute a Democrat gets back in office, it'll go back up.
That's absolutely more than likely. Yeah, that's true.
But, and maybe it's because Clinton's at Gitmo or whatever.
Yeah. So
maybe it's because Epstein, he like killed himself.
Right, but trying to make an agenda, fulfill an agenda, makes them look like a fucking moron. And
I know, but they look like complete morons now. And every day, everybody can see through it.
Well, not everybody.
Well, I get that, not everybody, but a lot of people still are watching it, and they do see it.
Yeah, but
it took the 2020 election for me to finally just go, fuck this. I'm not watching this shit anymore. I'm not fucking doing it. We can't even, we have
even having guns is a manipulation, because having weapons makes us not want to do anything until they come for. I'm not just like the COVID thing. People gave up their rights for the common cold. It's like, damn, are you kidding me? So
yeah, a manipulation of fear propaganda.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Take this poison. And then, the whole thing about that is I kept saying, I was like, because there was this whole conspiracy that Trump, he did this and he did that. And I was like, bullshit if he fucking did that. But I do think that a shit ton of people got placebos. I think they got. I think they got like a flu shot or something. Because
I know that Moderna one's not. If any of them's got the juice in it, it's the Moderna one. Because I've seen that Hydra thing in the eye and the graphene, all the graphene oxide in the veins was the Moderna one. So if
Well,
anyone's real, it's that one.
that's the one that my dad took. And
Yeah, that's the one Dad got the nose swab from too.
he died from it. I mean,
Your dad
his
died. Yeah.
whole thing, blood.
Well, they
blew it
did a
out.
lot of them in Indiana. A lot of people got the Moderna in Indiana.
Well,
The
they did
prison,
that in Texas.
the prison system.
Because they were saying, they were like, oh, we put out the shots, right? And I'm sitting here thinking, you fucking Republican states, are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? Like, you're pushing this, like you're having it available. What the fuck?
Their Republican King God is the one that put it out. So what
And Trump never took it, and none of those other people did either. Because I'm like sitting here going, you know what? If you
of course he didn't.
did that, if you took it, if you really took it, then 5% of you should be fucking dead.
Just the whole
because
COVID,
that was the percentage.
The whole COVID thing gets blown out of the water just by the prison system. Because if you're in an enclosed area, which these guys are in an enclosed system all the time, it should have wiped everybody out of there.
Oh, for sure.
So there, right there is a proof of it. It's being, but that's neither here nor there. That's old shit we know. But what I'm trying to convey something here with these numbers because it's.
I think that the bottom line is that the numbers are false.
Of course they're false. There never was that many. Never. And I still think they're false.
Here's the thing, though.
They need to be busted in falsifying shit. I guess
what they found out was that a lot of it was relative to the foster care system.
Well,
so it's a lot of missing children. It's a lot of missing children. And the foster care system, I worked in that industry, and those children are throwaways.
Well, of course.
They're money makers and throwaways. The system doesn't care about them.
Were never heard from, whether they were in the foster system or what happened to them. And this half was mom or dad who took the child because that mom and dad's a piece of shit and they did an Amber Alert. But the other half is, they're gone.
Well, what happened to the whole hashtag Save the Children? This is what I've come to the conclusion of.
Spell casting garbage bullshit to make people think shit's being done. Because when they talk about it, every moron in America thinks it's getting done.
But here's the fucked up part, though, and here's the thing. If everybody thinks that it is getting done, then it is getting done.
That's what I want to agree 100% because I know that it ain't.
You see what I'm saying? So, like, literally, if we all collectively decided overnight something, it would come into the 3D. That's the way that it works. Why? Because it's already there. Like the system, whatever this fucked up system is that's coming, for America or for the world, is the new world order or whatever the hell it is. It's part of the script. What if we brainwash ourselves out of that script? What happens then?
Well, it's funny that they're trying to put in effect everything that we're going to do anyway.
I don't think they actually have any fucking power to do anything.
So what?
Other than play on the TV and pretend I'm in power. So
okay,
you don't have any power.
Let's say a Messiah comes and he's in America. He's standing in the middle of America and he's like, food and housing for everybody and no more borders. Well,
the first 3.5 years of the tribulation, that's all it is. It's all good. Dude shows up and he's like a fucking Hitler. So he comes in and he sets up everything, but we know that story isn't all accurate either. So.
Right, so he would be a communist Semite, even though he's not a Semite. That's how this world would label him, right? Right or wrong?
Here, would they label him a
Yeah,
silly?
if it's so, he should be socialist. If he's giving food and he's getting everything's free, no, he's a socialist.
You know what
No,
though? All of those programs are part of the script too.
sure,
What if here's the deal. What if we just don't have any money for anything? I think we've had this debate before.
we have. But
What
the
if,
thing,
I mean, like, why is it costing me any money to do anything?
it shouldn't. It's not supposed to. What are they going to do with these profits once they make
Yeah,
them?
like, what are you going to do with them? Oh, we just need more power. You
Yeah,
guys don't have any power. You just have money. You sold your soul.
right.
And then
So
maybe they didn't. Like, I don't know. There's all these stories, it's all about the bloodline. Well, a bloodline isn't relevant if you're inside a simulation.
the bloodline is garbage. It's spirit.
This
That's
is
all
what
that
I'm
matters.
saying. And
All
what
that
if they're all
matters.
just a bunch of CGIs anyway and they're not even real?
That's plausible. I'm not going to say that couldn't happen because there's some
I'm
really
just,
silly people out there.
my intuition, my sense about me is whatever that show is that is going on is just a show. It would be just like watching, I don't
Yeah,
know, like
a sitcom. TV.
Gilligan's Island or something.
Yeah. Well, that's about it. That's a really good analogy because it's about what it looks like.
Yeah, you've got you got Gilligan. Which one is Trump? Is it Gilligan?
No, Trump would be Mr. Howe.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, the
That would think.
philanthropist. And then Robert F. Kennedy Jr. would be the professor
Yeah,
because he's like the doctor, right? Like for health.
yeah. Here it says one big proponent of ego. Absolutely, the consumerism. Buy. Consume, and die. Yeah, there's that.
So, okay, let me finish whatever I'm saying
Okay.
with this book. So I talked about self-care practices, and then I have like 45 affirmations in the book. So I have them throughout the book, and those ones would be relevant to what you're learning about. It has, so this affirmation is adversity strengthens my spirit, leading me to growth and resilience. And that's relevant to the topic of overcoming adversity. And then I have an activity where they write 3 times and speak 3 times. I rise stronger from challenges, seeing them as opportunities for growth. And so you'd be able to just like write it. You can't really see
Okay,
that.
I got you.
Write it.
But the things when it happened to me in 2016, these things we're talking about, I would start seeing the patterns in it, and I wrote it down in a notebook. But I just wrote down numbers. I didn't write down any. Well, this could be. I guess I'm really not good at applying what I need to be doing to helping somebody else with it. And does that book have a place where I could put? There's 800,000 children missing now, and then bastards now there's 200,000. Is that the kind of book it is, or
I
you see
mean,
what I'm saying?
okay, so at the end of each chapter, I have like open lined pages.
Okay. So you can fill in the blanks at your
So those are note
discretion.
pages.
All
Those
right.
are note pages, and then I mean, this is the end of a chapter.
Okay, because that would be something.
And
Now,
so there's a ton of room on here to write and scribble, and I have all these different pictures in here, and you can color them because there's a lot of people that journal that like to color and doodle different stuff.
right
See, like I put this one.
now, when that's cool. When I was journaling, I got all these numbers, and I didn't know what they were, but I had them wrote down. It was almost like a frequency.
They're
And
frequency codes. My energy doctor
yeah,
uses them
but
on
I
me all
didn't
the
want.
time. You know what?
Okay,
There is,
but
let's
I
see.
burnt the whole book because I didn't want nobody else to have the frequency codes.
Mhm. This one, check this one out.
So I can't escape if I wanted to. That's
This is a biosensor. This is a biosensor. Listen up. It's 802.15.4. Delete. 802.15.4. Delete. And then I had another code. I got into the Grabavoy code. Have you ever looked at that?
I just knew I got all these numbers and I didn't know what they were until later. And then I didn't want them after I got them because I can't leave.
That.
And I figured if when I need those, the spirit's going to give them back to me anyway. What am I getting them so early for? So yeah, I burnt the damn thing. You're so confused at that time. You do. Looking back, you're the only thing you know is you don't know shit.
Precisely. So all of this is just fun. So like this one is 144-999-7730 is source code.
Right. It's cool to talk about this stuff and to bounce because we do get answers through synchronicity and numerology, and I agree with that 100%. No doubt about it.
Well, if we're inside of a mathematical holographic construct, it's all sacred geometry. So there's no language. The language is math.
It's
And
binary.
we've always been taught that math is a language. Here's the weird part, because I noticed this being, for teaching. We'll have to do another one on codes. We'll do codes. I'll look them up because I can't find them.
That's cool.
I was doing those too when I was doing my affirmations every day, 3 times a day. I was crazy writing, doing all self-care practices, and then I was doing all of this energy work like my own. And then I was just off the rails.
You were doing too much.
No, I wasn't. I was programming myself.
I don't know.
I was programming myself because I was in the middle of a hell. And you know what I told you.
I know. Yeah, I know.
I can't talk about that, but
I just always thought if it's from the true source spirit, then we don't have to work at it. It just should come. We got to work at being in this world.
That, but I was in the midst of one battle after another battle after another battle. I was being constantly attacked, and so I instead
know why.
I had to change my thought process.
Yeah, I'm just trying to.
And I get I don't do that now.
No, absolutely not.
But I can tell when because it's easy in some cases, even though I can only go back like a little bit because I'll hit a wall and then I start to get really uncomfortable. And then I'm like, I have to switch. I got to do something. And so to get me back on track, then I will go through affirmations, writing. I mean, because my journaling, I'm going to journal no matter what. And I always have thoughts running through my head, and I'm always writing them down. I use my notes page in my phone.
I guess what my point would be on it is at that time, all of us, I'm going to speak for everybody. They think that what they're doing is so important, and at that time, it is so important. But fast forward 5 years down the road, you're not doing what you're doing had nothing to do with what you needed to do, and it was wrong because you found it another way. That's what was even the wrong spirit.
Well, I get all of that.
But
yes,
that's what I'm saying. That's how I'm using it.
But I really get okay. So that's part of the learning curve and the journey, and everybody is on their own. So there really that is how you overcome any type of judgment towards anybody else.
Right.
You
Well,
know,
yeah, we're not supposed to
because
do that.
because the initial thought is, you know, you see somebody um that's overweight, you see somebody that you can tell is obviously on drugs, you you know, see this car that is like not very nice car. There's this program that's like we're supposed to look down on them or something that's prevalent,
Right.
even even in even in people that are in that same caliber. Like you can have an upscale druggie and then you can have like a bottom scale druggie. No, like a druggie is a druggie.
Well,
They're
I'm
showing
glad
it's
you
like
brought
the
up
same
the
it's the
overweight
same
people.
that's the same it's the same spirit. Oh yeah,
The
that's because
overweight people,
that's your next girlfriend.
well, jokingly, yes, but serious on a serious note, the overweight folks is what helped me see that spirit because you got people that are, you got a woman that's 250 pounds and then within 10 months she's down to 120 and she didn't diet, she didn't change that spirit had her lose that weight. I've it's the wildest thing I've ever fucking seen. It's
Do you know
almost like
why?
I know why. I'm just saying that is
Because
what's made me see
spirit is
that
your
spirit.
breath.
Yeah.
Spirit is breath. Spirit is your
Huh?
breath. Which is why you could just do some simple breathing exercises to reset your nervous system. I've been having to learn that because mine was out of fucking sorts after all the stress I've been through for the last like 6 years.
Well, I've seen some of these ladies. They didn't even know why. I'm like, "How'd you do it?" She's like, "I didn't." Well, why'd you change your diet? I didn't. They just did it. Sierra Nicole, CC Nicole. She's living in Chattanooga. I watched her do it, and she didn't gain her weight. All of a sudden, boom,
But what did she do? Like,
nothing. Spirit came to her.
I know, but what happened as a result of that?
She just lost a bunch. She just, I guess maybe it was her wanting to change her image for herself, or to change to lose the weight for her health, so she could do what she needs to do. I don't know how. I don't know what the spiritual agenda is because everybody's would be different. But I know it happened the same
Well,
way with the
maybe did she do some type of like forgiving herself or like
possibly. I don't know. Possibly. I didn't really get into the personal part of it.
if spirit shows up, like then what is going on with her? Like there had to be some type of a shift internally, which then exhibited itself in the 3D, which then she lost weight.
Right.
But you don't lose weight, you release it. You don't lose anything or
Terminology.
gain
These ladies
anything.
look beautiful. 10 months later, when before they couldn't stand to even look at themselves in the mirror. 10 minutes later, they're riding motorcycles and jogging. I seen it in three. I had it 3 women and 1 man, and they were obese people, and it was amazing. It's that and the Veil of Moses. You know how I am about the Veil of Moses. How that spirit makes people. You could hold one red card, one white card, and they swear they were both red. You know, I, Dean Lawrence can tell you it's the strongest curse in this realm, in my opinion.
Well, who's putting out that curse?
Well, we know who's putting it out. The ones who wrote the 10 Commandments.
Oh, yeah. Well, that's pre 10 Commandments. There was nobody named Moses.
Well, I know, I get all that, but it doesn't matter who you obey is who your master is, and you obey evil. That's why I think the numbers and the children in the numbers thing, people will be like, "Oh, they're amazing. They did this and did that. We didn't have to do this," and they're worshiping them. So the number manipulation makes them worship an evil system because anybody who takes the oath in the
Well,
system
I
is
mean,
evil.
don't you know that the economy is like growing exponentially? Everybody's doing great, don't you know? That's is the perfect time for this book, because
I
people
agree.
have got to like
I agree
step
with you.
out of whatever this, even if like, okay, so you could work on this for 10 minutes every other day, but what if you actually start applying it? Because you can do things like take all of the affirmations, write them down on note cards, and put them all over your house, put them all over your mirror, put them in your car, put them at your work.
Yeah.
You can take all the different quotes and do the same thing. You can make all these little like rituals of something, you know. I've got all these little ritual things all over my house because I like a lot of candles and I like a lot of crystals, and so they're all over my house. But there's a lot of little things within here that you can like expand beyond. I have, at the end of each chapter, I do something called an emotional check-in. And so I ask, like, what emotions have I been feeling lately? Are there any triggers or situations that have been impacting my emotions? And then I'm asking you to identify 3 things that you're grateful for. Why? Because being grateful and having gratitude is the #1 way to manifest everything.
Yeah. And that's a good thing.
Literally in the present now, like, I am appreciative and I am so grateful and so thankful for this home and for my job and for my friends, and
Sure,
then
gratitude.
and then universe, I'd like to see more.
Yeah, absolutely. There's a lot we want to see, but okay, let's go. I'm gonna go talk this over with you. Now I was on a panel, and this guy comes up, and he's like, "I feel good." I said, "You sound good." And he look, you know, yeah, I'm a lot better because I got 2 curses released off of me, two attachments. Okay, okay,
Yeah,
yeah,
I understand
right,
that.
cool,
Yeah.
cool.
Hmm.
Then in the next, not 5 minutes later, he's talking about this archangel healing garbage. Like, he don't know that the archangels are really the demons, because there's 72 angels, but there's 70 principalities and demons. But there's two. The other 2 are playing the god of this world, and to try to get people. So you get these curses off
But
of
maybe they're not. But maybe they're not bad. Maybe
maybe.
maybe they're just a balance between the 2. And so depending on who
No,
you
the
are, it's going
names.
to
If you
determine.
do the research on the names and everything, it's what I just
Yeah,
said.
but all of those names have been switched.
Yeah, I don't even think there's 70 of them. I think there's about 25 of them, and they one entity's being like 3 or 4 things, like Zophiel, Phanuel. He's like, through all the history of their movements, he's like 25 different angels.
What if there's just one? And then because the thing is that you've got like different levels, right?
I know
Just like
there's
you have
2.
different levels of angels, right? You have the highest angels, it's just the seraphim, right? And then it goes down. You got the same thing going on with the demons, because you've got entities,
But the demons,
you've got demons, you have reptilians, you have grays, and you have archons. Now, is that what their real name is, or is it the reason why it's named that? Because we're dealing like with my energy doctor, so you got like, I never bothered to ask him like, how does he know the differentiation between them, or if it's Holy Spirit.
Well, and like I've always told you, how do you know what spirit that doctor's working under? Yeah, he's doing. That's that's the whole thing with the spirit of this world. Its mission is to help
See,
you, help you, help you, help you, help you, help you. Oh, and tomorrow's the last day. Time to fuck
okay,
you.
but I can't discount everything that I've learned because I've grown too much through
I
all of
get
it.
it. I get it. There has to be a fine.
And so for me personally, I'm going to say no.
Know what?
I'm going to say no. That's not what he's working with, because the way that he works with the energy, he knows what is negative.
But if we're spirit, and
No, because the things attach themselves. It goes back to the same thing where like you look at somebody and you're like, oh, that's, I am able to pick up on, based on people's behavior, what types of entities are attached to them. I have a prayer book that lists, there's 17. I have to look at it.
I'm just gonna say it.
Oh,
I'm just
I
gonna
have it
say
on my
it.
phone.
Okay, I'm just gonna put it out there. This is what I believe. Why do we need that fucking healer when we can heal ourselves? Why do we need somebody to lay hands on me when I can with my own mind do the same thing? We don't need a savior because we're all the fucking savior.
I
I
understand
know.
all of.
I'm not talking to you. I'm just saying in general. This is
No,
how.
I understand what you're saying, but I also recognize, because I'm like human.
Right, but my
Um,
spirit says, "Don't let that dude touch you. Don't do that. You don't need that because you can do that on your own. You just don't know you can do it yet." I
well,
feel.
we had other extenuating circumstances that we were working with. Remember?
Yeah, I remember. Yeah, I remember.
So here, my big problem is that whatever the fuck was on me, I could not get it off. I was doing everything under the sun.
Right.
And
So
let's go back to, I have been attacked since I was little. Okay. The dark,
yeah, I know.
the dark does not want me talking. The dark has done everything to stop this book. You know why? Because Source wrote this book.
Okay,
That's
so
why.
I'm gonna as that redheaded chick in the news at the press conferences would say, I'm gonna circle back around. Now I'm gonna
Yeah,
circle
go
back
for it.
around and tell you
I'm famous for that.
why it's so relevant to me. Because yesterday, this girl named Tracy come and picked me up and ran me a couple places. Just out of the blue, she called me. She messaged me. Do you need anything? Do you need some food? Do you need a ride anywhere? I didn't ask her. She just did it upon herself. Took it upon herself to do that. Much appreciated. And we used to be together 20 years ago.
Right.
So there's an
I'm
attachment.
listening. I'm looking for this
No,
book.
you're good. You're good. So I can tell there's something off on her. She's kind of you know how some people are uh, nervous, but you can tell it's anxiety nervous. It's like well, come to find out, she didn't want me to see what I'm seeing. I couldn't not see it, but she finally admitted it. There's some voices talking to her. So I'm trying to figure out what is it that done it, and it seems to be all this manipulation that they're doing. Because she had two children out of wedlock. Whoopie doo. The Indians used to do that all the time. She slept with a married
Well,
guy.
that's
Whoopie
a
doo.
man-made construct.
That's
All of that's,
legalistic.
this is the reality of it all. You make the rules.
I get that,
Why? Because
but
you're
how
a
do you can?
sovereign being.
I know this, but how can I get? How can we convince? I'm not saying her. I'm convinced her. I ain't. I've done like 70, 80 people. Brought them out of being TIs and made them believe that this is you're attacking you because you are giving them the permission to attack you. I get it. What I'm saying is, how do we get people that have no experience in this at all? How do we get them to believe that they can do that on their own? You get them off of
There's
it.
something called a bridge,
Okay.
and the bridge is the halfway point. It's in the void, and so it's part of that journey where it's dark and shit's fucked up. That's why you need the book, because it's going to help you to walk through some of that. It's only going to do what you allow it to do.
Yeah.
But with something like that, like, what's her background? What are her
She
substances?
she used some substances, but I mean,
Okay, but that stuff opens you up.
I know it does. I know it does.
I
But
call it
when
the demon. Stuff straight from the
yeah, but
demons.
here's the thing with that: the substance that opens people up The one guy next to him can do the same amount of substances and nothing go in. So that's my point. That's what I'm trying to say here. How can we get these people to believe, well, this guy next to me, he does the same thing I'm doing, but nothing's happening to him. So it can't be his own mind or the drugs, because we're both doing the same amount of drugs.
I know. It's like when I tried to do acid, it didn't work. But the people that were next to me were high as all
Okay,
could be.
so it's deeper. It don't have nothing to do with blood. It don't have nothing to do with drugs. It don't have nothing to do with
I
taking an
think
oath.
that it is upon her. It's part
I
of
think
her
she just
journey.
I told her, this is what I told her yesterday. I said, I think you liked the attention at first and your trauma bonding sorry me, because she did have Crohn's for a long time. She was really sick for a long time. That's when she started going through that
That's
Crohn's thing.
indicative of a spiritual person.
Well, so it's fibromyalgia. That shit
Yeah,
don't.
all of that's because
It's
it's
all
fucking people
bullshit.
pleasing and putting everybody else
Exactly.
before you.
But the whole time you're the one that's sick and you're the one that needs the sympathy. So you're like double talking, you know. So I got a lot of work to do with her. That's why I was brought to Anderson, I guess. I don't know. She messaged me today, but I think she's gonna try to avoid me, but I'm not gonna let her do it. You ain't that it ain't gonna happen. I'm not gonna walk away like that. Just never have. I'm not going to with her. Because I can see she wants help. Well,
She still has to ask for it though.
here's the first thing. I know Jesus
But she
died for me
told
on it.
you. But she told you
Right? She
though.
told me, and
And
here's the other one. How she got it. Jesus died for me on the cross, and I was baptized. There it is. And it can't be say it any clearer. But there's people who believe in Jesus that it don't happen to. That's always been my problem with it, because one guy can get a water baptism and that shit
but
happens.
that's the same thing with like, why did that 5-year-old die? That was such a good family.
I get that part. I understand that more than I do.
It's for her conditioning.
Sure it is.
And that's, I cannot believe I cannot find this book. So weird.
Yeah, sure it's conditioning. Sure it's all meant to be this way, but it doesn't make it any less confusing at the first
She's just gonna have
introduction to
to
it.
she's just gonna have to walk through it.
Yeah, she will. She will.
Okay, so you want to hear what these spirits are? I found
Okay.
them.
Okay. Is this in your book?
Yeah.
Okay.
No,
What?
it's not in my book. No.
Okay.
A spirit of rejection. That's a legit. It's called a strong man, and it says, I bind you, works, roots, fruits, tentacles, links, and spirits that are in my life. Like, so you can fill it out. So it's spirit of rejection by others, self-rejection, or even rejection of God. And then the next one is spirit of Antichrist. It can also imply, let's see, humanism, lawlessness, deceiver, teacher of heresies, worldly speech and actions. I mean, so technically, like, that's pretty much everybody.
Exactly. Yeah, precisely. Exactly my point. And
What else
then
need to care for? Yet we kill ourselves knowing no one is willing to delete the madness of corruption. We kill ourselves knowing no one is willing to delete the madness. It's not our job to delete it. It's part of the program. The program is for you to step out of that program. Recognize that you got to go within, and the power is within you. And then if you're called to do something about it, then that's what your calling is. My calling is to work with recovery and domestic. And for a long time, it's been children. But I'm going to move on from that here pretty soon.
My new calling is to make sure everything gets cleaned up. That's what I got. I don't know when it's going to happen.
This is the thing. It's not everybody is supposed to write a book. Not everybody is supposed to like save the children. Not everybody is supposed to be or do whatever it is. You have to go within. Sources provided you with everything that you need to do whatever you need to do. And if you have a gift in something, then you need to be utilizing it.
Yeah, mine's clean up
because you're missing the opportunity that's being presented. And the thing is that it's not going to be easy. If you had any idea what I have gone through in the last year and a half to get this book out, yeah, this is a huge celebration. Even if I don't ever sell one single book,
the mere fact that I completed it. I would have you the last 2 years.
Yeah, you were on vacation.
Doing my mission, doing what I have to do. I already knew I was going to do it. I knew it was all going to be. I get it. I'm bringing these things up for the people that are going to hear this because 10 years ago, it was super fucking frustrating to me. I could have pulled all my hair out. You know? But I still remember, I'm still go through the process in my head, but I just don't have the anxiety over it. But I have to help this person. It's detrimental, and I got to do it. I'm nowhere near. That's all gone. That's past. But I do. Go ahead.
You do what?
I do help them. I just help them in a more productive and better manner now. You know.
One of my girlfriends, she does energy work, and I haven't talked to her for a few months, and she's like, "What's going on?" And I'm like, "Well, let me tell you." And so that was like an hour and a half conversation, and she was like, "You need to stop being involved in everybody else's lives." She goes, "You have to focus on you right now." She's like, "You are putting too much energy into other people." And I was like, "That's what I do."
Yeah, nobody can tell me that I shouldn't be doing this live stream right now. Nobody's going to tell me that because this is helping people. This is taking my time.
No, and this is what I'm saying. Like, I sent her this thing because it popped up. I was like, "Oh." It says, "Next time you feel agitated because you are falling back into past patterns, remember that simply being aware that you have fallen back into the repeating patterns is a sign of progress. Self-awareness comes before the great leap forward in your personal transformation."
Well,
and that's where I think a lot of us are landing right now. And because we haven't necessarily seen it like 100% into the 3D, like it's like actually it's not, it's like it's tangible, right? It's still up here, it's still over here, but Source has got it. And
yeah, absolutely. I know the end's good. We're good. It's just going through it that needs to be discussed.
Here's the thing though, I've had so much frustration with this book and all the things surrounding it. And then I'm trying to deal with like 5 other fucking problems from other people. And I still moved through all of it. And I still got everything done when it was supposed to be done. And so I think what is going on, and I've learned this over the years through college, having papers, huge projects, and being like, I'm on a timeline, you know, and then even at work, when I'm having to do like grades, I'm like, oh God, I have to do grades this week, you know, and it's like, it's grueling to do it and takes a long time. And it's like, I'm freaking out because I'm like, oh my God, I'm not going to be able to get it done. I finally figured out, I was like, I literally always get it done. I'm never late. I always get everything done that I'm supposed to get done. And so I think what's going on is there's this like negative over here that's trying to get me all riled up. And I'm like, no, I'm not doing that anymore. Like I literally, probably like, I don't know, 6 or 8 months ago, I was literally like, I'm not doing this anymore.
Right.
Right. And that kind of can go back to like when we were talking about addictions and all kinds of other stuff. It's like, I'm just not going to do it anymore. I don't want to do it. I mean, I had like a really bad, like where I was getting high, like literally every single day from the morning until night, but I wasn't really getting high anymore. And I was like, I've been doing this for so long. I mean, at that point should have been like 10, 15, probably 15, 20, 15, 20 years. And I was like, I'm not doing this anymore. And I woke up the next day and I stopped and I didn't do it for almost 20 years.
But if you
You
look,
know what I'm saying? Like I literally,
yeah,
I'm just like, I'm not going to do this anymore. I mean, and sometimes, I think that people think that they can't get upset. I don't know where, there's nowhere where it really says that you're not allowed to get upset about something.
okay, so with you and me, I can speak when we were trying, and we're still doing it to this day. We're trying to help people.
I'm listening, but I got to go get some water.
You're good. So if
You
we're
can still hear me.
doing, and you're fine. If we're doing what we think we're supposed to be doing, which is going within and not getting into people's lives, that's not why I came here. So really, which spirits tell me to look like an egocentric, self-centered prick and not help nobody no more? That don't even make sense. Because the whole time I've been trying to help people, and now everybody in this spiritual consciousness world is not wanting to help nobody now. So I'm going to do both. I'm going to take the time to go within, but I'm still going to take the time to do what I do, and that's these things here. Because something about it, there's a trick here. God damn it, and know it. Something's going on. I ain't going to be stuck by it.
The fucking dog just came back in here again. Come on.
Does that make sense?
Hi. No, it totally does. I know it's like you have to be really weary. That's why I talk about.
Yeah, I am
That's
really.
why. That's why I talk about the rabbit holes and stuff, because all of that is a distraction from keeping you from going within. You can read so much, but you can also go through like it's a psychosis almost to where
by meeting seeing. I'm already gone within. I'm doing things I don't even know that I'm doing to prepare myself for things I don't even know I'm gonna do. The thing will tell you because he would question me. I'm like, well, I did this and this, and he's like, well, did you this? And I'm like, I did that here before, but here's why I didn't even know why I was doing it. I just did it. He's like, okay, so he knows my spirits tell me and guide me to prepare for things that I'm not even aware of. I knew that I was going to go to prison for 2 years. Well, I didn't know for 2 years, but I knew I was going to go to prison for a amount of a time. So it made me be a recluse and travel around the United States for 4 years and sleep out in the camper shell in the back of my truck. So when I go to prison, it ain't too bad, really. I'm 56 years old and I'm in a wheelchair and I got 3 cots in bottom bunk. And my children are raised. I've had all the sex with women I would really care to have because they are crazy these days. Prepared. I was prepared. Yeah.
well, that's the same thing.
Yeah.
With me.
So for people to say we need to do this, we need to do that. No, the spirit doesn't like that. It's not like that.
I get that. I would say 99% of the population does not think the way that I do, because all I keep asking for is got to keep going. Don't get stuck somewhere in the thought field, like I said, with the rabbit holes or what have you. I mean, it can be beneficial because some of it does help you. That's kind of part, I think, of the awakening, is recognizing and seeing all of that. But a girlfriend that I've been working with for like, I guess it's been 6 years now. And she didn't go down all those rabbit holes.
No, we sought after him because we wanted the truth, and we seen fuckery, but we didn't know why we were seeing it, and we wanted to learn why it was being done. But look where it's led us, and I'm cool with it. Everything that's happened, I would not change a thing.
Again, that's what I'm saying. I've had multiple people ask me over the years, like, why do you learn about all of that? Like, what is the purpose of it? And I was like, well, because there's going to come a time when we may not have access to any of this information. Lo and behold, so much of what I came across and learned and was able to decipher different pieces, that shit's gone.
Right. But for me, lo and behold, I get this 20 girl from 20 years ago that was a good girlfriend to me, and we're still friends. And then I get somebody that we've both talked to and tried to help, and he's like, yes, you're helping me. No, we were. Did you watch that video today that I sent you, any of it?
No.
Okay. You really
I
need
don't
to
think
watch.
so.
Okay, but you know who that was, right? Yeah, you do. The one that was.
Okay.
So it's all relevant right now. He come up and he's like, I'm better now, and I'm like, no, you ain't better, because you're still doing the same shit. I'm watching it. And then he's like, no, well, it's my brother's fault. I said, no, it's not. It's your brother's fault. It's your fault.
Ooh, so we could start talking about the word blame, huh?
Well, he's trying to make it look like he's okay, and that he worked through it without any help. And he said the reason he said the things that he did is because that spirit was telling him to do it, that he didn't even know. He didn't know he was even doing it to me like that. He didn't know he was telling people. That spirit was forcing him to tell people that Phil put a gun to his head, and Phil said he was going to sacrifice him to this fucking demon.
Okay, and that is most likely the truth.
I'm not saying it's not.
Because of the substances he's utilizing. He's
I'm
being
not
run by
saying
somebody else, because I went through the paranoia with them.
I get it, but here's the thing.
Hold on for just 1 second.
You're good. Yeah, it's awful ironic. We're having these conversations about this, and boom, I got two people that both of them have them. Both of them, one doesn't deny. The girl, she's just confused, but the other one's lying like through his fucking teeth, trying to make it look like he's still okay, and he's so fucking totally not. And I don't care what substance you do. I could do all kinds of drugs, and I ain't gonna let that shit get in me. I could be drunk. If I'm drunk, I'm the same man that I am right now. And if I fucking did a big rail of cocaine, I'm still the man I am right now. Morally, spiritually, I'd be talking faster. Of course. Drunk, I'd be slurring a little bit. But I'm still going to tell you the same thing. And if I'm drunk, I might probably give you a hug because I'm a lovey drunk.
I was going to say, are you an I love you man? I love you, man. I love you, man.
I only let
seriously.
People. Well,
I forgot.
I am, but I only give it to people.
I forgot my water.
I only give it to people that deserve it. I'm not just like running around loving everybody because I know they don't fucking deserve it.
Yeah, I get it. Like,
I know you do. It's how ironic that these things are happening personally to me today. And we're having these conversations. It's meant to be. If I went in within myself, I wouldn't be on Axis Rat Bloods for that person to come over and all that shit. So it's meant to be this way. So I'm not sitting still.
That's you know.
Yeah, I know.
You went into his territory.
Huh?
Because
You
he
are?
goes over there. So
What?
okay.
What?
He
What that?
went into his territory, like where he's at. That's why.
Yeah, it's stupid. Way stupid. But here's the thing. That's a deception too. Because he knows the truth like we know. He's just playing devil's advocate. It's a
Who?
mirage.
Which one?
The one whose territory he went into.
It's frustrating because I've already told him. He knows. He knows the fucking truth.
I
And now
know.
it's up to him. It's not.
Well,
I
here's what I told him. This is what I
I've given
said.
him the information, and I've told him. I told you what I told him
I
earlier, but
know.
I don't want to talk about him.
No, I'm gonna. But I want to tell you what I told him, and that's it. It's done.
Okay.
We're only talking about him because you're a self-help book. Because this is going to be things that people are going to be dealing with because this is the
Oh,
way that they're operating. So
yeah,
yeah.
fully.
So if you didn't want me to talk about it, you shouldn't have wrote the
No, go
damn
ahead.
book.
I see.
So I told him I had want nothing to do with you. Don't contact me until you get this worked out. I've given you, Sandy's given you. Went over. You've made us failures by lying to us. So we're
Yeah,
failures.
like I can't put
Right.
energy towards anybody
Me
that's
either.
actually like not gonna do the work.
Exactly. So this is what I told him. I spoke for
And you
both
get
of
to the
us.
point where you actually don't have to do any work because you recognize that there is like no struggle and that source has got you.
Yes. And I did it.
It feels
I
good.
have the tracking devices to prove that it happened to me and that I stopped it in 1 month.
Well, and that the thing is you can do that, but I don't think most people are equipped for it, which is the purpose of a book like
I
this.
agree. I agree.
Because when you're dealing with a bunch of leaders who are figuring things out before everybody else, I am a person when I speak, people are surprised because they're like, why would you say that? And I'm like, well, that's because that's the way that it is. And then, I mean, like, I'm living it right now. I'm like, I fucking told you. Like,
Yeah.
and I don't want to be that I told you because I don't want to be the spokesperson that's out there notifying all of these people that they're getting trolled like horribly, and they're like,
Right.
wow, I can't believe all this about the food and this stuff in the sky
Yeah.
and all, and I'm just literally like,
Yeah.
how do you think I feel? I've been fucking dealing with you more, I don't want to say names.
I get it.
Uh,
I
limited
understand.
limited consciousness, and it's okay because I had it too. Okay. And like I'm you and you're me, and I'm a reflection of you. So it's okay. That's just the way that this game is being played, I guess. I mean,
Right. That's
and most people aren't
that's
going to
what
get
I'm
out of it.
observing.
Most people aren't going to get out of it. That's what I've recognized. Most people are not going to get out of the game.
Um,
And once you realize that, you get to a certain point where you're just like, no, I really can't. I can only assist and guide those that want to be guided.
yeah, I would say if I was going to put a number on it, I'd say 2/3 of them ain't gonna make it.
Yep.
That would be my number, 2/3. And a lot of them are in our own community, in a different off branch shoot of it. But that
But
whole
here's
TI shit, I told him this is how I said it. You shoot a shotgun, you're bound to hit a bird once in a while. You shoot enough, and that's what's happening to you all. You guys are being we're gonna put this out there and see what kind of results we get, and you guys are giving them results. It's fucked up. It's fucked up situation, but that's what's happening.
every bit of it is some type of program.
Uh-huh.
It's just really a matter of which
Yeah, it's
program
COINTELPRO. I mean,
which program do you want to be part of? And you
it's
can switch it up all
intelligent.
day long. Why?
Yeah,
Because you know the rules.
and
You get
you're
to decide what you
special.
do.
You're special.
I mean, I don't want to say I'm special, but I know I am.
Well, it's not for you to say. Mike Tyson don't say he's the best fucking badass boxer in the
No,
world. Other people
no.
say it about him. You know,
But
that's
at
how
the
that
same
goes.
time, I'm gonna say that though because I know that I'm special because I am special to me. Does that make sense?
Special doesn't make you run around gas stations hollering at people, old ladies in cars, because you think they're uh, tracking you, been following you for 45 minutes from McDonald's. Yeah, that's a different
No,
kind of special. I get
no.
it.
The thing is that there is a potential for it to be some type of a program that's being run. We don't fucking know. We don't know.
I do. They hit me with it, and I've had my skin crawl. Like I was put, like the microwave was just set over me. It happened for about 10 minutes, but then I stopped it all.
It,
And I found 2 glass tracking devices, one in my hotel room in New Albany, Indiana, and the other one in a bunch of dirt and rocks and shit underneath the seat of my Ford Ranger that I didn't own until 3 months after I got the first one in the hotel room. So yeah, I was like, who in the fuck's gonna follow me? I don't do nothing. I'm just a concrete finisher. Why would they want to follow me? Then I looked into it and I realized this is spiritual. It has nothing to do with. They think I'm a drug dealer. It has nothing to do with anything else.
and what see that we are spiritual beings in human form. It's not we're humans and then the spirit,
Yeah,
you
these
invite them.
animals.
You don't invite the spirit in, you have the spirit. Like everybody has it.
Well,
But but
I
then
think
there's
you awaken it to the truth.
there's
You
yeah, there's
activate
like
it, but it's there.
but
Yes.
everything's all timed. Some of
Sure.
us, some of us, and I've met a lot of us that have had this and are aware of what's been going on from a very young age. And then there's other ones, even the ones waking up now, I'm asking them, that would be a really cool interview to do, is
Over in the
talk
new
to
one.
people that, like pick like 5 people or just, I don't know, open panel, whatever. Maybe we could do that on Adrian's show. An open panel of people. We only really want to hear from people that have woken up like in the last 5 years, because I would be interested to hear like a short story about their awakening and what their life was like prior to that. Like, were
Yeah.
they awakened before that too?
Uh,
Or,
In my experience, I was. I just didn't know I was until I got to like final. You ain't doing. I took it at that time where I ain't doing enough now, and it's time. He had to intervene to show me, hey, it's time to get busier. You ain't doing
what,
enough.
you know what
Is
my
how I
question
took it.
was? Because I was like running amok somewhat, but I still stayed pretty self-contained. I didn't get into a lot of trouble like where it ruined me. There was always a protection over me, even in the worst of circumstances. It was still not as bad as it could have been. Everything just could have been so much worse. I look back at so many different times like that I could have been kidnapped or like, I don't know, like bad stuff. And like I was in the wrong place on multiple occasions. Um, but it was all these wild experiences. I stayed in school. Everything was a lie. Been an outcast for a long time now.
Yeah.
Big Con, will you answer me? Did you, okay, so you were an outcast for a long time now. But were you
Yeah.
awake? Were you awake? Or did you wake up more recently and then realize all of this?
See, that's weird too, because he did it at a young age. I was, I wasn't like
I know, but
prepping.
there's a whole new breed that's coming in.
Yeah,
That's what
but
I'm telling you.
and
These
yeah, I
youngest
know.
ones that are coming now,
We're
I
the
think
inversion of each other. That's what. That's kind of weird because I was a popular kid, and everybody liked me, and I partied. I wasn't a preppy, I wasn't a jock or nothing, but I partied with everybody, and everybody got along with me.
I was friends with everybody too.
I was
I
totally,
don't necessarily like that everybody liked me or whatever, but
I was so totally not a outcast and an introvert. Definitely an
no, I
extrovert.
wasn't. I wasn't either.
Definitely would put myself out there. Definitely party, whatever.
I like to have a good time. I always want to have fun.
Absolutely. Why?
Fun,
Who
fun,
doesn't
fun.
like to
That's
have a
my
good
middle
time?
name. FUN.
Yeah, who doesn't want to have a good time?
I want to have a good time. And I want to be excited about it.
So
Like excited. Like
yeah, I understand. So it's kind of weird. I don't. How old are you? One Big Pond. Because Maggot had kind of had the same experience I had. You know, because we're both concrete finishers. Uh, we've done our concrete trauma bonding without even really having to do it. Just talking to the man, I know he's been through the same shit I have, and he's the same exact same age, 56. Cat. So
Big Pond is 56.
no, Maggot's 56.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I think.
Shit,
Yeah,
I still can't believe we're still here. I didn't think I was going to make it to 25.
we still got a ways to go. We ain't.
You know what? At that period of time, I felt so bad about myself. Oh, that was a horrible time in my life. And yet
Okay.
it was like a really good time. Like it was a whole new experience. Okay, what to say? I've been helping the takers my entire life. In 2016, got online and found a world that made sense to all I've been fighting. Woo!
Okay, so he's the same age. Technically, he's the same age. I was born 8/8/69, but he's the exact opposite of me. As far as being a recluse and an introvert, I was the exact opposite of him. But here we are today, the same spot.
And that's what I'm saying. You just don't know. Like literally, when I asked my energy doctor, I go, "What is it that's going on with us that are like this, like what you want to call this wake up or whatever?" I mean, I know that there's one particular person that's like, it's all part of the program. Yeah,
No,
well, I would rather be part of this program because I'm having a lot of fun. I feel a lot better about myself, and my focus is actually on taking care of myself and then being able to take care of others. See, that's the missing link. That's where the drain comes.
and that's
Because
kind
then
of
we
my
get
point
too focused.
also.
I just walked through a dark night of the soul with somebody, and they're about ready to like head back down there again. Poor Virgo. But
But that's kind of my point that I'm making right here, because all three of us men are basically the same age. Two of us have had a similar experience, and one has had the pretty much as at childhood at 9 years old, he becomes an awkward child, but he ends up at the same place that we are. So the spirit uses us all different. So we can't say you
no,
right.
that's why
You
it
know where
goes
I'm
to
going
like
with it,
everybody needs to be using their gifts.
right? Okay, I'm just
Because
talking. I'm just
everybody
talking.
has their own journey. So
Absolutely, absolutely. So
so
how can
literally,
everybody?
it's
So
like
how can? Okay, that's
just drive your vehicle, drive your
right. So
vessel,
when somebody
steer
says
your ship.
so when somebody says we got to all quit doing what we're doing and just be inward, they got the wrong spirit. Now I said I needed to do things inward, but I never told anybody else that they need to stop doing what they're doing and take. It's all in ourselves as of right now. So everybody time out and stop doing what they're doing, because that's the agenda. That's the message being pushed right
Well,
now.
because the whole thing is I'm wanting to be in the boat and I'm just gonna float down the river inside the boat. See, because the container is source protecting me. And if I can just relax into it and be like, okay, like it's gonna be okay. Like a lot of self-talk.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, same here. You know
And I
that.
figured out, a long time ago, the negative thoughts that are in your head aren't yours.
No, at all. And I've really never had negative thoughts. I know the first thought is the true one, and the second thought is
The deception.
the deceiver. Yeah, what do they call it? The adversary. But I've never had the second one unless I let it become a thought myself to
Well,
do that.
that's the whole point of
It doesn't just come into my
hold,
brain.
hold your thoughts captive.
Yeah, but these people, these two that I talked to yesterday, they're being infiltrated and manipulated. I've never been that way. Never had that happen to me. Unless I let them do that to me.
I'm gonna say that you're probably you should be really thankful that you're not, because
I'm definitely
the
thankful I'm on
reason
this side. Definitely,
because
100%.
there has to be some type of an action. It would be interesting to know, to do this book with somebody and say, hey, would you be willing to do this and see if it gets rid of the spirits?
Okay, I'll say this too. Never before, since 2016, me openly dealing with the spiritual world and people being targeted and people and having friends that are supposedly however you want to put terminal. Let me hold on.
Shit. But here's the part too, though. They brought out a lot of controlled opposition. Very interesting stories about.
I'm seeing it. Well,
like
here, let me say this. Let me say this real
all
quick.
Kinds of stuff. But
So
maybe those people
I've never
did
seen
see
my own
something
people
weird.
say the same thing that the evil agenda's pushing, and these people that it's like we're not going to be allowed to help them because it's done because this. I don't know, it's just fucked up. And I'm trying to put commonalities together, and I will get it. I'm just bouncing shit off y'all. That's all. That's all I'm doing.
Honestly, I do see some type of a divide happening, though.
Well, of course it's going to happen. Absolutely.
And to each his own. And everybody's got like whatever their burden is that they're carrying. I mean, you're supposed to lay down your burden and be like, I'm good.
So what I'm saying is if they're both ends of the spectrum are saying the same thing, which one's the fucking deception? That should be considered. I mean, people need to just think about that for a minute. Because the guys. Go ahead. Go ahead, Aaron.
That would be duality.
It absolutely is duality. But it's also fucking choice time.
I'm going to read. Oh, yeah, for sure.
Because
literally, it's like you've got to go from like what everybody is to
yeah, I'm just trying
to the other side, right? You go to the other side, like you've got all these Democrats that are like, oh, I'm going to be Republican now or whatever they're doing. It's all planned. It's all a show. But it's a representation of the duality in 3D. And now I was not on the Democrat, I was on the Republican, and I went from Republican to center, which is actually where I've really kind of always been. But it made it seem like, well, I'm supposed to pick a side. Well, I guess my parents and like, I don't know, family. Yeah, I'm cool with that. Yeah, I'm against that. Yeah, I guess I'm going to pick that side, right? And it's like the lesser of two evils. So that's what you're contending with, correct?
When there's
the lesser of two evils.
Why would you choose two evils? I ain't choosing either one of them.
That's why I stepped out.
Yeah.
I listened to this Aborigine guy's name is, I think, Steve Richards or Steve Richardson.
Mm-hmm.
He did this really wild like regression stuff. I actually had it done and it was quite a trip. And one thing that really stuck out, like that I had heard and knew of it prior to that, because a lot of these concepts that are relevant in like the spiritual aspect, because I was raised in the Christian biblical teaching, I'm familiar with it. Plus I have the degrees in the sociology and psychology, so I was very looped into that. Like it was like that was part of what is making me who I am now, right? It's like it's part of my astrological chart is points directly at everything that I'm doing in my life. And even with this switch, I'm supposed to be speaking out. I'm supposed to be on YouTube or podcasts or going to speaking events. I'm supposed to be writing. I'm supposed to be teaching. But all in the spiritual community.
Yeah,
And that's what I'm planning. I mean, it's
London Man's was just to get you into to see that's what you need to do. I know what it was. Let's say you're going to the Aboriginals. You say
so with him, he basically said that all of it is a game, right? I'm trying to
because
just
that's
break
what
it
they
down
were
real
saying.
simple. He said it more eloquent than this, but it's basically, he goes, if you enter into that game, then those rules apply. So if you enter into the political spectrum, there are rules that apply, just like a Monopoly game,
Right,
right?
but just saying
It
you're
is
an Aboriginal, you already entered it. Yeah,
no.
bullshit. Abbott's fathers, original means the first. The father of this world is Satan. He made the flesh. He made the skin flesh out of the dirt. And these guys are saying they're from the fucking dirt. I've called it out on Triple R's. There's no question about it. These guys got wrong spirit. Period. And I'll go to any Aboriginal channel and say it. I'll break it down so I can help save them from it. But they don't see it that way. They see it. They see it a totally opposite way. I get it. I understand.
No, but either way, he says he's giving, okay, the demons know everything that the angels do.
Because they're the same thing. They're the
Yes.
same. There is no difference between them. These are
Well,
the
there's
things
like,
that people don't take into consideration. Because I know you fucking know these
well,
things.
people take a look at this stuff and try to put it into a 3D perspective when you're dealing in the spiritual realm.
All you got to do is read all the sacred texts, and that's what I've done. Because I can connect everything from the Torah to the Talmud to the fucking Quran to the Nag Hammadi to the Apocrypha, all
Yeah,
of it.
because it's all the same story. It's just rewritten depending on the culture at
Well,
the time.
but it's manipulated story, but the truth
That
is
is
there.
also correct.
The
Things have
truth
been
is in
taken
there.
out and things have been added.
They could have it another 2,000 years, and I'd still get the truth out of it. But with that said,
Because there is layers to all of it.
of
And
course,
basically, I remember I was talking to one of my friends, this is years ago, and I told her, I was like, I've come to the conclusion that all of the basic religions in and of themselves, I said they are all pieces of the truth of what is really going on. And it just put things into perspective. I do understand that the Christian faith is I'm going to say is like the closest to one of the originals, but there's a lot of deceit and deception in there. So you have to be able to go beyond, like the two of us. I know we've had little like, let's go find on the hunt for these verses and what the Strong's Concordance and what these words and their original meanings. And I
well, I'm going to
remember
say they're all
getting,
equally good and they're all equally bad. I'm going to say there's no, neither, none of them needs propped up to say it's better than the other. Personally, for
uh-uh.
me, but because I wasn't Christian, I read it as a guy 45 years old that was just given the spirit to decipher it and no preconceived notions of what
and
indoctrination.
and that puts you in a place so you don't have a bias. Like i
Exactly.
i i recognize that because it will pop up for me occasionally, the biases that were
Yeah, I have none of those.
initially programmed, because they're still like, because those are so ingrained, they're like core beliefs that I've literally had to bust out of, and then I have to, in some respects, I will have to just play the part
Well,
in certain circles because it's not appropriate for me to really go too much beyond that.
see, that's another difference between me and you. I can't do that. I can't pretend. I can't be fake. Not that you're being fake, you're being non-combative.
I'm just,
It's fine. This is what it is. I get
I
it.
recognize what I'm doing. I don't need to hear this. I've also learned I don't have to tell everybody everything.
No, but again, why are we here? I feel that's the whole purpose of being
I
here.
get that.
You
And
know?
it's not to say that things don't leak out.
Yeah, right.
But one of the main ones though I would say is I will say God when I'm referencing with certain people because they don't understand source.
Right,
Like
but
they just they
yeah,
literally they won't even know what I'm talking about.
source is not even in that Bible. Period. You got two gods. Are they claiming to do the things that a source did? Absolutely, but source is even represented in that scripture. Two
Well, there's no
demons
name.
pretending to be
There's
good
no
guys.
name. That source doesn't have a name.
He does, but when he comes, he'll have a different. He'll have an earthly name, and nobody knows. That's the thing again. All these Christians are. I mean, here's what we heard: when Jesus returned, well, then Jesus is not returning, and there's two Jesus in that Bible, and the one that's returning is just a spirit. Because I've tried to, because I have friends that still are in the Jesus thing, and I can prove there's two Jesus in there. Because just the scripture that says those who all use my name will not be saved. So each one of them is using Jesus' name, but one group of them is not going to be saved. Therefore, there's two Jesuses. Period. Right?
Well,
Common sense, using common sense, not trying
but
to be like, oh, if you interpret bullshit. And we're
I'm
hearing
just trying
that,
to figure out
huh?
how I'm just trying to figure out how that word even became anything because that wasn't even the original word.
I the evil used the name and the good took the name and tagged himself on it. It's not the opposite. There wasn't a good and then the evil attacked it and got rid of the
Well,
good. It's
and
always been about control.
I'm taking a look at thinking that there's only one that has
One what?
come, one that is maybe actually come here possibly
Yeah,
to
but
show
his
the
name
way or
but
whatever
he
it
ain't got
was.
nothing to do with religion and
No.
he hates this fucking world and he's gonna get rid of the dumb fucks that are in it and the people who are ruining it.
And so
That's the wine press of the wrath of God.
I see it as the same one that is representing if you can read through the levels and get down into the core of what's going on, then um, then you'll understand and you'll see it. But you're only going to be seeing it if you're supposed to see it. Uh,
True that.
and so that's why it's like you're not really supposed to wake up other people. The target is more like drop the seeds and move on. And
Well,
even Jesus says, you know, he would go into a town to share the good news. And there were towns that rejected him, which is symbolism of it's representing what we're going to go through, which means don't waste your time on the ones. He was like, what do you say? I wiped my feet and like left. Like, and he wasn't even upset about it. He
yeah, but
might have been feeling like a little bit disappointed or something, but you know, if he's Jesus, then he should have already known that they were going to reject him. I mean, I don't know.
here's the biggest clusterfuck of doctrine that I've ever heard. Now he's here to fulfill the law. So if you're here to fulfill the law, you're here to fulfill the whole law, which is the Mosaic law. But that's not the original law. The original law is be fruitful, multiply, have knowledge of your God. That's the first covenant. The second covenant is the Mosaic law, which is man's law and demon's law. That's the ministry of death. So if he come here to fulfill the ministry of death, then he had to follow the law, and the law says don't die. The son don't die for the father, and the father don't die for the son. Everybody dies for their own sins. It says it in there twice. It's all over the place. But it also says then Jesus questions the lawyer, and the lawyer says, "What's the two greatest commandments?" And then he says, "Love thy neighbor and love thy God with all your heart." So the whole time you've got two laws running side by side. You got the Nephilim demons, the guys who are all in that fucking Bible, they're in the Mosaic Law. Then you got Earth people who are outside of it that they think they're in it, but they're actually operating on outside of it, and they're just loving their father and loving their neighbor. So it's all in there. Everything's in there. But people just don't read it like that. Does that make sense? It's already been fulfilled. Because the lawyer said what's the two greatest commandments? Well, if he says what's the two greatest commandments, then he knows those are the two greatest commandments. And it says in those two, all the prophets and the law are fulfilled. So it's all done. It's already been done. And nobody has to die for nobody.
But everything, we already discussed this.
I know we have. I'm just
everything's already finished. What if these are all just stories to entertain us for entertainment? Like,
well, either way,
and to help us find our way back home, because I don't necessarily think that we're in like a prison system.
No, right? I think what we've come here, I think there's certain.
What if there's all of these people are just actors in here, and we don't even have to be even concerned about them? How about that?
I'll just go out on a limb and don't care how crazy people think I am. This is what I think we're doing here. I think the spirits that are in us, not us, but are in them, come from the deep dark abyss, which is that pit, which is up in the sky where they say heaven is. They've actually taken heaven, but heaven's down. The demons are up. And this is the place where those spirits are judged by us. Just like my family threw me in prison. My family put judgment upon themselves by judging me. That's it right there. I didn't have to do nothing. They did it all themselves. And that's where we're at. The good ones, not all, because these demons aren't written in the book of life. Only certain ones are in the book of life. If you believe in the scripture and there's a book of life, who would be in the book of life? Those are the people that's already agreed to come here and already know an agreement in their spirit that they ain't part of this, but they're here to help people get to be. Because even if it's demonic, the maker made the evil too. He made all of it. Even if
I know, and seeing that's the whole thing. I'm like, man, you guys, we're like all like brothers and sisters.
Yeah.
We're just like one big family. We're all related. We're actually like, we say like we're one, like there's only one of us because we're all representations of source having an experience. But then that's like what I said. There could be all of these people in here that we don't necessarily need to be concerned about. Now, like, are you going to help people here and there? Like, are you going to leave somebody stranded on the side of the road in the middle of nowhere? In certain situations where you're called upon to stop, if you know that it is like,
of course you would. Yeah, absolutely. But for the majority of it, you know how many people that have on Facebook or in YouTube streets or even at the gas station, man, I just lost my home because of my family. I've heard it like half a dozen times.
Yeah, I've fed several homeless.
Yeah, it's
homeless
a spirit
people
thing. But now, boom.
At the 7-Eleven.
Now look what's going on. There's a war against homelessness. All these people.
I mean, I'm like sitting here going, I mean, we just went through this horrible pandemic and the homeless people survived.
And here's the thing: if I'm supposed to be homeless and on the street and in a tent on the sidewalk, I'm cool with that. If that's part of my mission, then that's what I got to do. So Trump could pick me up and then make him the bastard.
They just need to
He's
take him
judging
to the
himself.
closed.
He's being judged by putting all these homeless people. If I have to be part of that, I'm okay with that too. But that's what I believe is going on. And these people are, huh?
What if it's just okay again? So
But
like
it's
they
not
give
on
us
a
these.
government level. It's all personal level. It's all
Okay, but
within you. It's in within you. It's all
it
personal.
is, and people have different circumstances that put them there. I mean, pretty much, I think anybody could be homeless at any point in time. I don't know why people be judging.
Yeah, everybody.
But see, here's the
One
thing, that
paycheck
could
away
just
from it.
also just be a super illusion, because I mean, I've been to downtown LA. I have seen the amount of homelessness, and there is a lot of it. But here's the other part about it. California is like the number one for paying out, like for disability and different things like that. So you can be homeless and you're coming from somewhere else because the benefits are so good in California.
Yeah, Indiana, they don't give two shits about you. Here.
No. And so you're going to get a large sum of money. I mean, not like gigantic. I don't know. It could be like $1,200, $1,500 a month. That's not going to get you much, but you could live on the streets and be taken care of. At any rate, you know, they say, oh, there's 150,000 homeless people, right? They give all these different numbers. And I'm like, have you gone around and just like actually like physically counted all of them, or are you just like
I know a lot of
guessing?
them want to be homeless. They don't. There's those who were forced out, but back in the days, the ones that were homeless, they chose to be homeless because they don't want to be confined to the.
The
It smothered
society.
them.
See,
It
that's like
smothered
but
them.
it's showing the cracks. It's just showing the cracks. And you know, truly our government could fix that shit overnight, but they're not for humanity.
No, absolutely not. Because nobody should be homeless and nobody should be hungry.
No.
None, period. But then I'd be if say God manifests himself into me and I come and said that, then I'd be a fucking communist. You're all getting free healthcare and homes and food. Oh,
I mean, yeah,
that's what everybody was
everybody.
pointing him out to be. Oh, that guy, he's talking blasphemous. He's talking against the corporate system, the capitalistic system. The capitalistic system's a fucking farce. Period. Because we're seeing it right now. It's at one point or the other, it becomes communism because communism, you have the do's, the haves, and the have-nots. There's no in
Yeah.
between, and that's where we're seeing it happening. So eventually, it all becomes. It's all that way if it just isn't done the right way because we're seeing it, and we're seeing the prices of everything. Only the rich people can afford $200 fucking Nike Air Jordans, and the other guys are wearing tracks from Kmart. Yeah.
I'm not here to solve the world's problems,
I
but
know we're not.
you know,
We're talking about spirit. We're talking about
yeah.
spiritual stuff and the spiritual battle.
Okay.
And you are here to talk about that. And I think
So
you wrote a workbook about it. So
I'm gonna go over this is it's the spirit of Antichrist, and then it's the spirit of error.
okay.
Resistance, hindrance, listening, reprobate mind, deceit, foolish talking, unsubmissive, defensive, argumentative, having a form of, contentions, false doctrines, mental confusion, fears. You know, it's interesting. I've never had this one come up on me.
What book is it?
It's called the Book of Prayers.
Okay.
Seducing spirits, confusion, wander from truth, fascination to evil ways. Seducers, controlling spirits like Jezebel.
You said
you think that narcissistic females are controlled by Jezebel?
Absolutely. I don't even know if the Jezebel
it's a
spirit's
demon. It's definitely a
real,
demon.
but they're controlled by a spirit that makes them make fishy faces and take fucking 100 pictures a day in the mirror or in the phone. Who does that normally? But you said
I
something.
do that every day. What are you talking about?
Yeah, right. Sure you do. You said
I don't.
unsubmissiveness.
I don't. My
I
pages
know
do
you
not have
don't.
me blasted all over them every day.
Go.
Like, look at me. Look at me.
Let's discuss the word unsubmissiveness. So that book right there in the Book of Prayer saying that I need to be submissive to who? Submissive to the system. Submissive. I'm not supposed to cause waves. It's trying to make me a lay down little sissy.
Yeah, but I can override any of that.
Me too.
Fears,
But
spirit
you're
of
trying to help the
bondage.
people that don't even know to override that because their God that they think is the God told them to be submissive. And that's not, I'm a fucking wolf. I ain't no sheep. So all these, not saying yours, because you taught and you've written it into the right spirit of breaking this programs. But everything else, there's Christian literature that literally says that the Ten Commandments is the law of love and liberty. But if you read where the Ten Commandments are at in the 2 Corinthians 3, it says it's the ministry of death and condemnation. So who's the liar?
Because in Romans it says in the New Testament now there is no more condemnation. I mean, it's the beginning of Romans.
Yeah, because we know
There
there's
is
not. We know there's not, but they
now
say there
no
is.
more condemnation.
But if you think there is and there's laws and you put yourself under that, then that authority is over you.
Yeah, I learned that 15 years ago.
Right. But you just read a book that is, might as well say the Ten Commandments is the law of the true maker and source. Unsubmissiveness. They're so subtle. They're so subtle.
I understand that.
You know it.
But I've never had that spirit, so
Well, me either, but we've seen it.
Obviously I'm doing something right.
Well,
The next one is spirit of death, and that one is accident, suicide, murder, fear of death and dying, anger that leads to death.
have you been baptized in water?
I already took care of that. I know
Okay,
what you're talking
no,
about.
I'm just saying. You said that you're saved, that you're already covered. You didn't have to be covered because you're not affected, so you don't have to worry about it. It's not that you did anything; it's just that you were one of those that doesn't affect, just like me and just like these guys. So
Another one
how
is
do we?
spirit of divination, and it says drugs, pharmacos, like for pharmakia.
Mm-hmm.
When I came out with that in 2020, it's like the cognitive dissonance. You'd say that and they'd go, "No, it's not."
Of
I'm
course
like,
it
pharmakia
is.
is the Bible. Yes, it is.
Well, it's just like me being in. Of course it is. It's like me being in the courtroom saying, "I'm not going to take an oath on a Bible that says don't take an oath," and they look at me like I'm fucking John Wayne Gacy. Yeah.
Right.
You know.
Dumb and deaf spirit.
Huh?
Dumb and deaf spirit.
Yeah. Okay.
And that includes mental illness. Ear problems, seizures. Seizures is considered dumb and deaf spirit. Epilepsy, burns, gnashing of teeth, madness,
Well, I wouldn't agree
senility.
with that.
Senility is deaf and dumb. So that's
Of course it is.
familiar spirit, necromancers, all the stuff that I do, like clairvoyant, yoga, mediums. And I've never had that on me.
Well,
Spirit of fear. This is the one I think like it seems like everybody has. Spirit of a Leviathan. That's arrogant, prideful, idleness, scorn, strife, obstinate, stubborn. Oh,
Yeah, it's a dragon.
contentious.
So all these people doing dragon healing. Really,
I know, that's what I'm saying. Like, but a spirit of heaviness, that's despair, dejection. This is all low resonating frequencies at the bottom of the map of consciousness. Rejection, self-pity, broken heart, sorrow, excessive mourning. And somebody wrote in the comment section, I don't know who it was, they were talking about, he said, I'm the angel of the morning. You know that song by what's it?
the Carpenters.
Juice.
Okay.
What's her name?
I don't know. I know what song you're talking about.
Juice Newton? Is that right?
Olivia Newton-John. I don't know. I had no idea.
And then he was saying, for a morning, does that mean that we're at a wake? Like you know how we've done the whole word magic? We need to do another one on that.
Yeah, but these are morning stars.
Then I have a spirit of infirmity. That is all like sickness, frail. Spirit of jealousy, lying spirit, perverse spirit, spirit of whoredom. Oh, that one didn't pop up for me. So
yeah, I get it.
And so what was, I think, is there 17 of them? I think there is. Okay. Are we going to have anybody come up and talk to us?
I can drop the link. Yeah.
Is anybody in there?
Yeah, there's like 10 people out there.
Hi, 10 people. Okay, I was going to read you my favorite part in the book.
All right.
And it's at the beginning. It talks about exploring the concept of destruction and rebirth. And it's destruction and rebirth are powerful cyclical forces that shape the world, marking both the conclusion of one phase and the beginning of another. These intertwined concepts are deeply embedded in various cultural, religious, and philosophical traditions. In Hinduism, for instance, the deity Shiva embodies both destruction and transformation, emphasizing that creation often follows destruction and that destruction or endings often give rise to new beginnings. Ecologically, California, forest fires may devastate an area, yet they also pave the way for new growth, clearing dead matter and returning nutrients to the soil. In personal and societal context, the end of a challenging period can lead to profound growth and new opportunities. This duality serves as a reminder that destruction is not merely an end, but a precursor to renewal and change, encouraging resilience and hope in the face of adversity. And then I put a quote in there from the Bhagavad Gita. He who sees everything in himself and himself in everything, thus seeing the supreme, sees the true essence of life and the eternal cycle of renewal. And then the next page is duality creates balance. And so in this concept, I talk about how it's prevalent in many areas of life, representing the idea that two seemingly opposite or contradictory forces can coexist and even complement each other. And so then what I do is I give an example of duality. I chose mind and body, and I gave like the whole like definition of it. And I said, this duality raises questions about how intangible thoughts can influence tangible actions and vice versa. So I give that whole example. And then I ask you to write 3 examples of duality and how these opposing forces balance one another in the universe. And so it's then people are being more like recognizing. And then I put a picture of a yin and yang
Okay.
on there.
That's cool.
And so like you have mind and body. Well, what are 2 others? What's another duality?
Spirit and flesh.
Okay, so then now we're going to talk about how they balance each other. right?
Yeah,
Because
that's
it's
cool.
houses, right?
Yeah.
And so that's like you're gonna choose whatever that might be. I'm just like helping and guiding and directing you.
Yeah,
And then
they could even put the wrong answer and then later on down the road correct it, right?
I'm not coming back to correct anything.
Yeah, I'm just saying they could, like we all did when we started. Like, I mean,
Yeah,
I'm
I
big
mean
enough
you
to
can't.
admit it that I didn't know shit, and then really I still don't. But I've just observed a lot, and
Well,
I see it.
the other thing is that if you don't know what duality is, maybe you go and look it up. And then you go down some little like duality rabbit hole for a while.
Yeah, so it's a
So
checkerboard,
the book is
the
intended if
checkerboard.
you want, like you can go steps farther. I mean, and I guess I'm just looking at it from a standpoint, if I was doing this book and I was not aware of certain things, then I would like to go and find out what it is. I mean, these things right here, like everything you need to know is right there, whether it's true or not.
Right.
And then what I do is I have time to reflect throughout the book, and I say I have a little like saying about the stars. And so this one says, "Stars shine brighter against the darkness, revealing our inner strength." And I have like 2 or 3 of those in each chapter. And so at that point, you're supposed to stop and like reflect on like what's going on in your world for a minute, or like what is something you're grateful for, or like what has happened that is good, or oh my gosh, there's still a lot of things going on.
If somebody would have told me 20 years ago they'd be talking about a book that people can give the wrong or right answer in and it don't matter, I would have said you're fucking crazy. But I understand where we're at and I understand it. But it's just funny.
It is for sure. Absolutely. I mean, everything has changed, everything has shifted. So, you know, we we just do things differently. But
Yeah,
at some point I will offer like probably like a weekly, almost like a book club, but you can like talk about different points of the book. I don't know, put something together
man,
where I could
that'll
do chapter by
overwhelm your ass.
chapter.
You're gonna overwhelm your ass with them. You're gonna have 500 million people come at you at once. What are you gonna do?
Limit how many people can come in.
Everybody's gonna get that spirit at the same time. And it's like, hey, we
It's
need to
okay.
contact Sandy.
When
You're fucked.
when you come into a Zoom meeting, because I teach online, so we have our Zoom meetings and we go into breakout rooms, and like I mean it's like this whole like conference online. It's actually really cool. And I think it would be a lot of fun because I would love to meet the people and hear the experiences that are going on. Not that it's like a bitch session, more so like I want to hear like something positive that happened, even if it's like really small. Because each one of those, just like I used to teach brain training, right brain training, and with each one of those movements for right brain training, because you do these like body movements, and they all came from a neurologist, and the same types of exercises, but it was converted a little bit so that you could do it in a classroom. And so
Okay.
I retrained several children's brains through a 1 year or 2 year program, and saw a lot of good, really, really good results. Texas is really popular with that. It should be in every special ed resources across the country. That's how I feel about it. It really does work, and it would really help. It would be a wonderful tool for the special ed departments, and they would actually have a guide. But they're going to say it's not my job.
Well, the whole mental health system on the whole realm needs definitely a kickstart and a kick in the ass and another kickstart to be
Right.
doing things properly, because I was in prison with guys who shouldn't be in it they shouldn't even be in there because there's no way they're competent enough to understand what happened to them. That's fucking sad.
That's like watching what's that movie, Mice and Men? That one's the guy. It's just kind of like a kind of like he's a really nice guy, but he's just like this big guy, and he's just, but he's really kind of
this slow guy who never bothered nobody. These bullies are taking all of his clothes, taking his TV, taking all his shit, beating him up. I couldn't do nothing. I'm in a wheelchair, but they allow it. Oh my god! I don't care what your crime was, until they put you down and they kill you and you lost that. Which I don't believe in capital punishment at all. But until they kill you, they're supposed to keep you safe, not let you be like that. It's just not. We're not supposed to have 2 million men and women in the United States in prisons.
No, but we know what that's all about.
Yeah, of course. It's another manipulation. So you got just like the one that's coming, where you got the proper spirit right next beside the improper spirit. One's getting voices in their head. The other one's trying to help it. It's gonna be definitely interesting. Definitely, big old deception.
Well,
Tick tick boom, as one would say. Tick tick boom.
So with my right brain training, with each daily exercise that you do in the movement, it moves one little tiny nerve over to the other side of the brain. That's how it works. And so you're retraining your brain. That's why it takes 1 to 2 years, depending on what the disabilities are.
Mm-hmm.
And it's the same thing with the kind of growth or with anything that's going on with you. Like, if you're going to share something positive, it could be so small, but it is so, like, it's the pivot. Because what happens is you start to have like a little win, another little win. Yeah, you got all this chaos. There's so much chaos going. Oh my God, it's so much drama. But you got this one little shift that you did, just one, and it changes the trajectory of everything.
Yeah, and I agree with
And
that.
then you get like another one, and then you get another one, and you get another one. And I suppose the quicker that you surrender to recognizing who you are, where you came from, how much power you have, then you will know the truth. And this is a hard one, and I was always this girl that did this from a young age. You go up to the, like, oh, we're going to be forgiven or whatever, and then they give you some lesson about different things like wisdom or patience, and then they're telling you, you're like, yeah, you need to pray for that, right? So then I go and pray for those things. Do you know what happens when you do that,
Yeah,
right?
you make yourself pray to God of this world.
No, what comes back at you is all of these little trials and different things to create wisdom, to create patience, to create kindness, create whatever it is. But there are all these like negative things. And so now there are all these little like tests. And so if you just could see everything as it's just a lesson, it's just something I'm walking through. I don't even have to be attached to it. I'm moving through it.
Of course, but praying, we don't need to pray. Praying's for those who have a Lord, right?
No, you're missing my point.
I guess I am. I guess I'm in my head. My apologies.
My point is, when you ask for something, it will be given.
Okay.
Like, I don't mean some, because there's a lot of thoughts and there's a lot of stupid things we say and they don't happen, right? But that's not part of your path. And so, like, be careful. I asked for the truth, and that would have probably been somewhere in like 2014, 2015, because I was so sick and tired of the rabbit holes at that point. And I said, I just want to know the truth.
Yeah.
Not the duality. I want to be downloaded with the truth. Like, the truth is the truth. because I already intuitively knew it within me to begin with. Like I said from the get-go a long time ago.
Yeah, but don't
I
you have to know the evil to know the good. You have to know the duality to see to see it. So
no, I
right,
fully understand that. And so, you know, if there's something that is, if somebody's doing something that is against the Ten Commandments or something that's been programmed that's
right,
considered bad, the person that's doing stuff, the elite or the bad that they're doing, that they say that they're doing, I don't think that they think that they're doing anything bad.
no, they're just doing what they're supposed to be doing, I guess.
Because
Yeah,
the universe responds to the way that your frequency is holding it. So if you're resonating in the low frequency, see, the job of them is to push out as much low resonating frequency as possible to suck you down
yeah,
so that you're not able to rise up. This book is designed to help you walk through all of that and recognize that you are the fire. Like
yeah.
you're the one that's got the power.
I
Like
should have
everybody
told you
needs to.
earlier that I've had a headache. That I never get headaches, and I've had a headache for the last 5 hours, and it's starting to tax on me. But I'm okay. I just lost my concentration for a moment there.
It's all good. You just need to drink some water.
Yeah, I've been drinking water.
Okay, so let me get through this.
Okay.
So ultimately, I have SMART goals in here. I ask you things like, what discomfort do you need to embrace? You set goals, you identify strengths, kind of some of that like basic counseling 101 stuff.
All right.
I also have visualizations in here for, like putting yourself into peace, like for meditations, creating vision boards if you want to do that. Then you write your own visualization. You've got more affirmations. And then harnessing the inner fire. This is talking more about, I'm going to get you motivated now, and like getting into like your passions and interests, your health and well-being, cultivating different types of passions, sparking your creativity, and then going into more creative exploration. So that whole section is very open for you to, like, hopefully at this point you've been able to like open yourself up a bit and you're on some type of a journey where you're going to be able to answer these questions. And then I ask for you to write a letter to your future self outlining how you'll concentrate your energy today to achieve your goals. How do you plan on celebrating your progress? I have you set up so like you have a support system through this. Michigander. And then in the last chapter, we have soaring to new heights. And then I have an action plan for the future and setting intentions for the future. You write what your ideal future is. And then it finishes off with the action plan. And I give you all the points and different examples. And then you're able to write and pull from there. And then I have all kinds of supplemental information in the back.
Cool stuff. I hope the right people find you. Absolutely.
I think they will. It's so funny. I'm like, oh my God, I'm an author now. I'm a best-selling author.
Hmm.
We're going to manifest that right now. See, we got it on the record. And they're like, are you going to sign my book? So it's cute.
I hit on a lot of stuff. I almost felt like I was in an echo chamber laying there for a little while.
Excellent.
I've been
How are you?
experiencing. I'm great. I'm good. I got back up because I heard you guys say some stuff, and but I was laying there for quite a while in and out of consciousness. But the Phoenix thing, I came up mainly to ask a question from both of you guys and your opinion. Um, when I was clapping on the consciousness thing, the Kundalini or whatever you want to call it, real hot and heavy.
Kundalini, yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if that's what it was or not, but I kept feeling like my chest was going to catch on fire. Now I don't know if I was getting hit with one of them Reaper drones with a laser because the car I was in, it was so bad. I felt like it was on the movies, like how that guy goes flame on and he turns into just pure fire.
Oh, yeah. Uh-huh.
Okay, well, I felt that and I pulled over with the car because I was flying down a highway and I thought I was losing it. And the thing is, now that I think back on the situation, I had one of two things either going on. I had an internal alarm going off saying I was around somebody really bad and evil, or I
Uh-huh.
was or I was getting hit with a Reaper drone. And the reason I say that is the car now has an issue with all the heater ducts inside the car. Now, if the temperature was coming from my body, it would have affected everything in front of the steering wheel, which it did not. And I still to this day have a problem with all the heater ducts in this car. And it's my mom's car.
It sounds to me like some type of a frequency weapon.
That's what I'm thinking.
Then maybe you just drove through it.
Well, it was in the middle of nowhere. That's what makes me curious. And I've felt it one time before. And I'm not for sure if I wasn't hitting with a weapon there too.
Well,
Yeah.
you can change that story into whatever you want it to be. That's how powerful you are.
Yeah. I
So
know.
you can just decide. I mean, you could just say that you just got a massive download from source, and now you're just full of love. I mean, you can use it to your benefit. I mean, they're just making stories up on the TV. Why can't we?
I just talked with Phil about that this earlier today.
Yeah.
I'm serious. People are
No.
like, I want a new earth and all that. Like I'm not into the new age side of that, but I do see that there is a shift happening. There is like something going on. And
It's
maybe
been
we're all
happening.
still headed in the same direction, which, everybody seems like they're going like this. And you could be like, oh, they're off their path. They're not off their path. They are on the path they are supposed to be on.
Yeah, absolutely. It gets confusing and frustrating at times, but it's
Well, that's
still
why
the
you kind of
path.
have to stick to a
Yeah,
few like solid tenets. And I
it's
go
still
back
the
to this
path.
over and over.
Yep.
It's recognize everything that you've ever been told or believed is a lie. Start from there, right? We're going to start from zero and then start paying attention to people, places, and things, the way that you think. I tested this out. I went to go see family and there was a lot of like chaos going on around me. And I was really trying to just like stay more in center. And I was like, this is a perfect opportunity for me to really like go, okay, I don't actually really need to be involved in any of that. And I can like listen to them, but tune it out so that I am like processing this information, but processing the energy at the same time and realizing that I don't have to own it. I don't have to fix it. I don't have to do anything. And then being able to deflect it off of me instead of absorbing. Well, I mean, I'm absorbing it, but I'm releasing it.
I do that a lot, way too much. But I heard I not to get off kilter or anything, it's just something heavy on my mind because I've seen it before I left the chat area. But I think it was No that just said something about we're just light bodies in a container. And I've kind of
Yeah,
experienced
it's where spirits in this is called a vessel. This is our ship. This is our spaceship. We're floating in space right now. Every time I walk around and move anywhere.
Yeah, and the government's made us pilots.
Right?
well,
Or they're
I've been
trying to.
They already
I've
did.
been I've been
I'm
catching
still listening. I'll be right back.
I've,
I'm listening. Keep talking.
I've been catching downloads and stuff or something. Like it's not really downloads. I could just look at stuff and figure it out instantly. But like, I noticed you're still into your religion a little bit more than it seems like Phil here. But Phil is super knowledgeable, and the thing is, I I see what he's saying, in society in general, I see it. And the ones that are hardcore on that stuff are just pure evil, and they're doing bad stuff using that as a shield, and it's jaw dropping.
Absolutely, they're definitely legalistic.
And
They're sleeping with their buddies' wives, and the women are gossiping, and that fuckery's going on in there. And but they say that Jesus loves us.
I caught a weird thing. I seen a weird thing in their own stuff. It was like a mathematical flash that I got or something. And I don't know what's going on with that. It's like she said, we're so powerful. I don't know whether I'm just powering up so far ahead and keeping clear in my head that I could see stuff. Like I looked at a guy's tag on a car at the gas station the other day, and it was from Virginia, and it was a false tag, one of them paper tags from Virginia.
Yeah.
And the guy just gave me a look, and it was all wrong. And it's that kind of stuff sticks out up here real bad. And the thing is, I got a flash right when I read the tag, and it said in my mind, it read out Langley, Virginia, just flat out. When I read the tag, it was like Langley, Virginia, and I was like, "What the fuck is that? Why would I even think that?" You know?
I don't know, bud. I don't know.
I'm serious. At a One Light Hicktown Beat gas station that everybody knows everybody, and this truck just stuck out to me. When I read the tag, I got a flash instantly, Langley, Virginia.
I'm also when you told me what happened to you, and maybe these spirits have the ability to just do it
They do.
automatically.
Yes, sir.
They can do it themselves. They don't need a machine, or they don't need to possess a guy with a machine to do it. They can actually do it themselves.
Well, I noticed once you come into your light or whatever you want to call it, consciousness or stuff like that, like I live in the thought that the police, they just don't exist because I live above their moral standards, and I act accordingly. If I just walk right through them, but at the same time, I'm not a criminal, so I don't got to worry about it. You know what I mean? I don't know. I'm finding some weird stuff on the conscious level when you walk and live that way. It's how it is, dude. And I think that's part of the enslavement trap with the Constitution and stuff like that. It's a mental slavery barrier. It's like putting birds in a little bucket with a screen on top. After a little
Yeah.
while, the birds quit jumping to try to fly out because they know they're just going to hit a screen. So when you remove the screen, they don't even try to jump no more. You know what I mean?
Right.
And I see that's what's going on big time. It's like we were trapped in a bucket with a screen on it, and then they remove the screen, and everybody's so brainwashed they don't know how to jump no more.
Well, that's a good analogy because they've heard the saying, even birds born in a cage think they're free, and that's exactly what's
Well,
going
they're
on.
just jumping. They're just being transferred from one prison to another, but they don't know it.
I've seen it. You know what? I got a flash of that because I've been off grid for like a little over a decade. And when I get to meditating out in the woods thumping just to live, you just transfer one matrix for another. If you're not in the Masonic slave system, you're still in a natural slave system because you have to go out and put energy in to survive, or you just don't belong here. You'll die. If you don't get up and take care of yourself appropriately, you won't be here.
Yeah, we have to operate in it. There's no doubt about that.
Mm-hmm.
But to operate in it,
But not to get too far off the one subject that I was thinking about, the religious stuff. I got a really messed up flash about the bad people in that. Like especially with the Hebrew and the Muslims. I got a flash one day working. I call it Source, but I got a flash from Source and another one later on. Something about he brewed them all to be harvested. Now, I don't understand if that isn't through the religious siphoning of the energy or if they're literally going to take these people. But I seen the same thing out of a sign for Jesus flying down the highway. And I was in meditation as I was coming back to help my dad. And I seen a big Jesus sign at a new church. And I got a flash something about sausage. I was like, whoa, wait a minute. What's going on here, dude? And I don't like that stuff. I keep getting that stuff. Like I can look at signs and stuff and they'll flash at me and I can see them for what they are. Like I looked over at a can. This is what told me I was on the right path. I looked over at a can of Maxwell House coffee and it read out to me Samuel the Hound of Hell. I was floored. I didn't know what to do with that because I'm not a Bible thumper. I don't know that none of, like I talked with Phil, I don't know. I respect the stuff out of faith. You know what I mean? Because out of respect for like my
Yeah,
heritage.
your
and
heart,
stuff
your
like that.
spirit knows. It's in
Yeah.
your heart.
Well,
You know,
yeah, because there's a lot in there that is actually good. I spent a lot of time in that, and so it's just there. You know what I mean? And it's so weird because I can pull verses from nowhere because I've read it so many times, literally from front to back, back to front, and everything in between, and over and over and over. And every time you read it, it's a different experience. That's not what I'm reading now. I'm going like Phil's saying, like for the last probably 5 years, I've been looking at the sacred old text. Like my heart is literally like part of ancient whatever.
Oh, you didn't get in. I heard a little bit of it. I was kind of in and out. I dozed out a couple times, but I was laying there listening the whole time. You guys said something about the Egyptians, and me and Phil had talked a little bit about that earlier, and I've been getting bad flashes of that, like along them lines. And I think Phil might be off point, but at the same time, it could be part of that Masonic trap, so that they could just go from this control grid to the next control grid. Because the Egyptian control grid was massive, and they had they had people, and I don't trust history. That's just it. I don't know whether that was a free civilization with free energy or whether it was enslaved, brainwashed, mind controlled.
I think I understand what you're saying. I don't think that the portrayal of what we see in the movies, because basically that's what our programming is.
I don't. That's why I don't want to believe it.
To where I think that they were much more civilized probably than we are today.
Yes.
And I think they were much more in tune with spirit throughout all of it. And they were much more in tune. I mean, people don't recognize that Christianity did not start when Jesus showed up. Christianity came from the mystery schools in Egypt. It's like all part of the same story. I mean, you can't explain to me.
They lied to you. This is Egypt. America is Egypt.
I don't think so. I think that Egypt came here, or there was other civilizations here, because you got to remember there's cataclysms that happen, that are shown throughout history.
I'm getting flashes about it. And not only that, but Michigan is the only place in the world that you can pull pure copper from the ground.
It has to be that way because when they tell you who you are, listen, who's the Latter-day Saints? They know they were going to be here in the end of the world. They position themselves, the Mormon churches position themselves to be the new Catholic Church.
It's not the end of the world. It's like she said, some stuff has to go away for new stuff to be born.
Well, they ain't gonna get it. I'm not saying they're not. I'm not saying they are the Latter-day Saints. I'm saying they position themselves to be. They're not gonna get shit.
And it's so weird because that religion just literally showed up in the 1800s. I mean, doesn't that sound like propaganda?
Totally. Well, it sounds like the adversary setting himself up where he knows he needs to be, the true Holy Land, which is here. There's an Egypt in the. Why do you think the government took over all that land over there and don't want people in it? Because there's so much
Grand
history in
Canyon.
there. Yeah, it's got an Egypt in it.
Grand Canyon's burning.
How many giants were dug up in this realm in the United States? They're everywhere.
All over the place. Catalina had them, and they had pictures up in the museum for years, and then somebody exposed it, so they took those pictures. They kept the picture, but they covered up part of it to make it so that it didn't look like it was a giant.
That was something I was going to go to next about this being Egypt. I'm not for sure on that, but I'm pretty sure on that
I
because
don't think it is.
I'm sure on
Well,
it.
I
I
think
had,
that
hold on.
what it comes down to is that the civilizations moved about across the different continents a lot more than what they are trying to portray. They're not adding, they don't want to add history because maybe at one point Egypt came here and ruled this area like England does today with all the other, like South Africa and just different, Australia, and they're all bow to the queen, and maybe it was bow to Egypt.
Well, unfortunately, I found special locations across the country per the names the Masonics use on the locations. And I found them all over the country, and especially where the Mormons are at. Something about
Interesting.
the Mormons are hiding something. They have. I'm not for sure. I haven't checked into that part, but me and my
Well, I
Marine
don't,
buddy.
you know what? I don't think anybody's hiding anything anymore, and I don't think that
No,
there's
not
as
now.
much
Well,
information
They're hiding
as
their intentions.
well, they
I
got
don't
stuff
think they're
built.
hiding their intentions. They're quite blatant about their intentions.
Yep.
It'll be on. Listen, it'll be on one of the ley lines, and they'll have a religious. I haven't looked this part up yet, but because I know it's there. But they'll have a religious building on top of something important in Utah.
Oh, they do the same thing all around the country at every
Oh,
stadium, movie
And
theaters, everything
Sandy,
is.
have you ever looked at the Mexican dog, the Mexican hairless dog? Have you ever looked at that dog?
Mm-mm.
It's the ibis. It's the same dog that's in Egypt, but it predates it 3,500 years. It's exactly ears are in the dog's over that dog guards the dead, and the Egyptian stuff and the pyramid stuff in South America is 10,000 years older than Egypt. I say we went from here to there, not we. Saying they came from here and went there, and that's just that. This being that's why we're all being so attacked because this is it. This is the land.
It's definitely a potential. I will say that. There's really, honestly, for us, there really is no way to like prove that per se.
You got your
But there are
phone.
remnants. But then, if we're inside of a holographic simulation, then
I
what
get it.
difference does
I
it
get
make?
it. Here's a funny one.
Then we're just playing a game of Clue right now.
Well,
yep.
Clue says there's the Louis Babel Wildlife Preservation in Canada. Babel's not a French name, one, and it's a circular lake or river, and it's exact same. It's a 3-day. It says in the Bible there's a 3-day walk around the Tower of Babel, and if I figured the size of that lake, it's 119 miles around. Which is a 3-day lake walk around that lake. That's the foundation for the Tower of Babel is in Canada. And in
Like
Joel 2,
again, like I said, it is a potential. It could also be,
I'm giving you,
yeah, that's really interesting information. I mean, it's
yeah, that's what I'm doing. I'm giving you
Sandy.
some. Here's another piece of interesting information. It says in Joel 2:25, it names these three worms: the cutter, the palmer worm, and the willy worm. Now, if you look it up, those three worms up, they only exist one place together, all three of them in the world, and that's the Northeast United States and the Southeast Canada. I thought that was interesting
the
too.
Southeast Canada close to that 3-day walk lake.
Yes, it is. British Columbia.
But
I
they
think
could
it is.
also be lying about that information as well. See, that's the problem.
Well, of course they could, but why would they name it Babel and it's a circular? Nature doesn't make a perfect circular river. It's not a lake because it has a center in it.
Interesting.
Yeah, I'll send you a picture of it.
What's the name of it?
Louis Babel. I'll send it to you.
Not
Okay,
only that, not only
hang
that, but
on. I'm gonna look it up.
Yeah, look it
Sandy,
up. I've done this research. I'm not just talking out my ass and trying
No,
to
I
hope this is
know,
the
but
land.
I'm just.
Sandy,
I can
not
prove
on,
to you
It's an
this is it.
ecological preserve, and Louis Babel was a Swiss Catholic priest missionary with natives in Canada.
Right, but get on Google Maps and look up the position. Look it up. You're about to shit. I found this a long time ago. They didn't share it with a lot of people.
Oh, it's an island in Quebec.
Yeah, an island in the middle of
It's
Canada.
named, right? It's a reserve. It's named after Canadian priest. It was established January 30th, 91, with an area of 23,000 hectares, which makes it by far the largest of the entire Quebec network. The
Can
ecological
you?
reserve occupies Mount Babel. Oh, it even has a mountain
Yeah. Can
in
you?
the northern part of the island.
Can you expand it and hold it up to your camera so people can see how perfect the circle it is?
I haven't gotten a picture of it. Hang on.
Yeah. Just look it up in Google Maps. You're about to crap your pants like I would. I did.
That's how I knew I was on point. Me and my
Well,
Marine
it
buddy,
almost looks like it has a Q.
me and my buddy looked up these locations on that visual satellite stuff, and it took us less than 5 or 10 minutes running through a bunch of locations, and I found them instantly, and I knew I was on point.
Yeah, I've been on these about 3 or 4 years. The Great Salt Lake City. Salt Lake City has the Salt Lake, the Dead Sea, Rome, Georgia, Athens, Georgia.
Well, wait till people find out reality, because that Egyptian stuff's fixing to come into play. I've had bad visions on that.
It's all here.
The problem is it's all a script, and so
Of course, it's a script.
you
The
just
script
don't
says
need
keep the
to.
people out of the Holy Land at the end days.
You don't need to.
So what's here that they're hiding? There it is. Perfect fucking circle.
I'm gonna go look at that because that looks like something else to me too.
No, I see the face. Oh, it looks
But
like a lion right
There you
there.
go. Keep turning it. Keep turning it.
Look at that.
Keep turning it like that. Keep
Yeah.
going.
Oh,
Oh man, it turned itself. You can't rotate it. It rotates when you get to a point. Why?
Just the fact that it matches the exact measurements as the Bible.
Not only that, but it almost looks like a picture of Earth that they show us.
uh-huh.
And it's named Babel.
Well, I think that it looks like it's snow with the trees.
If you look at that land around that,
Let me pull up and see if I can find a different.
you can
picture.
tell
That's a
that
Getty picture.
all the land around there looks like it's been like God or the Maker or whatever you want to call it took his arm and some water and just wiped his arm across it to take that tower down.
Okay, they're saying that it's called the Crater de. This is like French.
Sure it is.
Manicouagan, crater of Manicouagan.
Of course it is.
Hey, that sounds real close to Michigan.
Kind of, yeah.
Yeah, kind of, yeah.
Hey, you know what one of my favorite sayings is lately?
What's that?
Creator provides if the dude abides.
Yeah, that's true.
See,
Here's another thing. I'm telling you.
and those are trees, like in the center.
Well, yeah, it's been thousands of years since there was a big tower up to heaven. Here's the thing with this too. Not only does the name and the circumference of it match exactly to the Bible, but if our Maker, the source of all life, who people think is in charge here, operates here, he wouldn't. He knows the beginning from the end, so he wouldn't have to flood the world because he already would have known he fucked up, and he wouldn't have let him build that tower because he wouldn't. If he was in heaven, if he's up above in the clouds, which he's not, but if he was, he wouldn't even allow him to even dig that foundation, let alone get almost there. That's all the demigods crap. Right there. That's
No, and that is what is so frustrating for that deception to be occurring.
The truth is there.
It is, but you
Yeah.
have to be seeking it. Like it's not going to just show up at your front door.
No,
It's
but
not. It's
people.
going to be presented, and it's going to be keep being presented,
Yeah, but
and then you're like,
people need to have common sense. Like, how does a guy die on a cross with his hands being spiked and his feet being spiked? Nobody in the history of the world's died by just having nails drove through their hands and their feet. Because he would have died, but they made him die earlier so they could get him down, and that's what it says in there. So it just don't happen. It'd be like hanging me by my by a wedgie in my underwear up on a pole until I
well,
die.
you definitely don't die in 3 days of hanging on a pole, but maybe you do because isn't it 3 days of no water and you die?
It just no, you don't die in 3 days without water. It takes about 7 to 12 days. You know.
I mean, I'm just saying. So, like
No, I know.
logically, and I mean, I was born right at solstice, the day rose. So everybody celebrates.
I'll say it like I say it like this. I'm not trying to be an asshole. I'm just really good at pointing out the obvious.
Yeah, Captain Obvious. I had a student call me that I never heard of it before, and all of a sudden, I was like throwing out some truths because I could throw them down, and the students like I could run, I can translate what it says in the Bible and move it into a more like spiritual component because I'm going like levels down from it. I'm like, this is what it's actually saying. Even though like in some cases, I did like the whole we were reading something in Genesis and it was like Adam and Eve and then the story of Cain and Abel and then it was like Cain went to, the land of Ur or whatever. And I was like, did you hear what I just said? I'm like, who are those people? There was people. And what if we just all showed up all at the same time? Like anything is possible. There's so many glitches in the Matrix now, it's weird. I don't know about you, but weird stuff happens to me on the daily.
I embrace those days, and I have a wonderful adventure. I never know where I'll end up. I never know where I'll end up. That's why I said laying there listening to you for an hour or two with Phil. I was like in an echo chamber for a minute. And I'm like, dude. Because I'm at a point right now in society to where I can't stand to be around people that aren't intelligible. I have to stay to myself. Oh yeah, I don't look the same no more, Phil. I started growing my hair out again.
I just cut all mine off. Yeah, if you were listening, you heard what I said about all that inward, introvert stuff. There's some truth to it, but there's also, just like everything else, we need to just do what we can do to help people if we can. I'm not saying sit a guy down and read the Bible to him.
Well, that's one of the downloads that I got when I hit consciousness was his elect are the ones who care more about others and think more about others than themselves.
Yeah.
But again, we just have to go back to you got to make sure to take care of yourself first.
Sure. Absolutely.
And but there's a big issue with that out in the world. And then you've got like, I mean, I was this person that was just like a superwoman, that it was like, I'm going to have everything that's perfect. Like my house is clean. I'm, making sure that I have all of these like dinners and healthy and cooking and.
Yeah, you can't maintain that.
and
You
working
know,
a full-time job, and then I'm going to make sure that my children are perfect and homework is done. And I mean, it was this like it was exhausting. It was exhausting. And after a while, I just got so burnt out on it that I was just like, I just don't even care. Not that I didn't like care, but I didn't care to hold up that presentation any longer.
yeah,
That's
It was
when
like,
things go.
going
Yeah, but
200
that's when
mile an
things
hour, you
go
usually
bad.
crash and burn. Then it's over. So I get it. I was there too.
well, and it's
Business.
that like persistent with like the moms and the whole like, oh, the children have to be doing this and they have to be doing that and we have to be going to all of these parties and we have to go here. And I mean, and so your schedule is so full. When do you have time for you? Oh, I get up at 4 o'clock every morning. You do what? Like,
I think that's why I was. That's why I was made to have this wreck. Because if I didn't have it, I'd still be doing it. I'd still be pouring concrete. I'd still have the business. I mean, I wouldn't have slowed down for nothing. Because I didn't believe in all this shit.
And I'm getting that right now because I want to take off to go do something for a quick lump of funds. And the thing is, I can go work for a month or two and have grand. And something saying don't. Something saying just float around and do what I'm doing.
I like floating.
Well,
I
I
like.
do stuff like I'll get a phone call. Hey, can you come do this? Can you come do that? And I fix cars, build houses, do roofs, stuff like that. It's not that I don't do nothing. I just don't work in that system. I work on my own system.
Yeah, I like driving around. I, I, it'd take me a month to get to California if I left here today in Indiana. I ain't driving straight through to nowhere. I'm gonna go every which way I can to see whatever I can. Take my sweet time.
I'm getting ready to. Actually, that's I think that's something somewhat of what some of us do. I think in a second here, some of us go around when things change. Some of us go around and talk about like she's talking right now. I
Yeah.
think we go, yup, because people are going to get keys and points from it, and you have to just drop your seed and go. If they don't pick it up and plant it, it's not your fault.
No, I'm not responsible for what another soul decides to do with the information.
You know what I'm noticing with that seed drop stuff? You have to do it certain ways. Like I'm watching people that are poisoning themselves with alcohol and food and stuff, and I'll make comments about it, not be super rude, and I'll make comments and be like, "Oh, I gotta go," and they're like, "What?" And it's like, "Yeah, I gotta go," and I'll make just that one comment, whether it's
Yep,
healthy or not.
yep.
And the thing
And
is,
they're like running. Oh, I
and
just straight up, I'm like, there's spirits in there. I was like, that's what they call them, spirits.
yeah,
I was
well,
like, and,
that's
and
just
I
it
go,
though.
I said to them, I go, who do you think's running your vessel when you black out?
That's just it. I keep going though, and I ignore them and their pissiness, and then they see me and they look at me health and how I do this and that and the other thing, and then they follow suit. And I'm watching people change their life. Like I got an alcoholic buddy that was messed up by surgeries and stuff on his back since he was a kid, and
Right.
I've watched a major turnaround in his health just last year just from being the way that I am.
Well, we definitely have an energy about us that other people want. They just do.
Yep.
And the unfortunate part is when you are a light for others, you're going to collect bugs. And so
I like that.
we just have to be careful, right? Not everybody is deserving. And I like what Singh says. He's like, it's not my responsibility. Like, say, you win $1 million, and you're like, oh, I'm going to give some money to this person and that person. And he goes, no. He's like, maybe, a couple of your family members or something like that. He's like, but when it comes to other people, he's like, you don't do that because it like interferes with their journey.
I can see that.
Which is like I think for me, like my line would be a little bit, I get what he's saying. Like you're not gonna like bail somebody out like completely out of something, but that's the type of thing that can happen. And then you end up not having any money because you're too busy helping other people that maybe weren't, I don't know, deserving or
But
something.
look how many lottery winners go broke. It's on. They make little videos on it. Lottery winner loses everything.
Well, I listened to you talk a little bit of one time about not changing your pattern and about how when you change your pattern, things will change. You get better.
Yeah.
And that I got clapped with that out of helping people. I was helping people that didn't deserve it, and I stopped. I put my foot down and I stopped.
Well, but you
And
could change your pattern with some to do something else. It doesn't have to be that. It can be personal.
yes, and I did that, and I started. I stopped wrenching on cars so much because I was being taken advantage of, and it wasn't really being taken advantage of. It was just I wasn't able to take care of myself, and it was a problem.
Right. Again, you got to go back to you're not helping anybody else until you can help you.
Well, that's just it. I don't
And
work with
I don't mean, I don't like, don't take that so literal with such a wall.
well, that's
You
just it.
know, if your friend comes over and they're hungry and you know, maybe you don't have a lot of food, but you know, they don't have any money for food either. Like, are you gonna not feed them? I
Yeah.
mean,
Well,
eh,
here's more what my problem was. I go to help somebody, and they would give me $20 for a $500 job. And a day later, I'm struggling, and I ask for help, and they blow me off. And it's like, well, I wouldn't need help if you guys paid me half of what it was worth. And they're like, boo, boo, boo. So I'm like, well, okay, I guess we'll find out about that. And I put my shit in my
I
car. Hold on, I put my shit in my car, and I went home. They took the car to the shop. They couldn't afford the shop. I had to go buy the fucking car from them to get it out of the shop after they played their fucking bullshit. And now I got the car running top notch, and I resold it. And I looked right at him and I said, you guys played asshole. You still went and spent that money anyways because you had to go buy a new car. And then I just fixed this one, and you guys played me like an asshole. And I won't work on nobody's shit no more. I won't help them no more, nothing. I go buy my own vehicles, fix them, and flip them.
well, I think that's probably the better way, and then you don't have to deal with any of that nonsense.
Yep.
Now, if there is somebody stranded in the middle of nowhere
Yeah, that's
and
different.
you feel prompted, would you stop and help?
Hmm. I always do. I always do. That's a given.
So, you know, we don't have to do everything for everybody all the time. And I think the word selfish has been given a bad name.
Yes, it has been demonized.
Um, I, when it comes to being selfish, you have to, what it's gonna be is that you're taking care of yourself, and that will be perceived as selfish when it's actually the best thing that you can do for yourself.
Your
Because
body
if
is your
you
temple.
don't take care of you, who's going to do it?
Yeah, your body is your temple, and that's why they have everything so mucked up with the pyramids and stuff.
Well,
Your body is your temple. That's why you're supposed to take care of it from birth. One of the things that I got that really messed me up
well,
bad.
that's why there's such an attack on it,
Yes,
on our vessel.
I'm I'm a trained and certified hunter, and I have been since I was a little kid. I was literally certified to hunt with a gun at 14 by the state, and I'm almost 50. Back then, you know, they don't even do that stuff now. Kids don't even know how to survive, let alone flip over a canoe.
Mm-mm.
And yeah, I got a conscious flash from source something about who gave you permission to eat them animals. And I'm a hunter, and I like my T-bone and eggs, and that really bothered me. And I don't know where to go with
Well,
that.
I mean, okay, so here's my question. Are you eating the food?
Yeah, I eat. I have my own chickens. I like a lot of watermelon, cabbage. Raw natural honey is my thing. I go through like 5 to 6 pounds of raw natural honey a week.
So all I'm going to say, I think, is we'll go back to the Aborigines for a second. Phil's going to love this.
Well, that's just it. That's one of the things that I caught too. Okay, if you're a god, would you curse somebody to a life of hell just because they didn't read a book? What if they lived that way, but they didn't read the book?
Well, Jesus didn't, they didn't have books back then. So,
That's what I'm
so
saying.
for all of the people before the printing press, none of them got saved, right?
That's what I'm saying.
And my whole
Dudes
question,
will,
but see,
dudes will, dudes will call
we
you a
talked about
demon for thinking that way. Yeah, but the preachers and stuff will call you a demon for thinking that
I
way.
don't care what they call me.
Well, what did we do? We need saved. I didn't do nothing. Adam did it. I mean, we're talking doctrine. We're talking about. I'm not saying this
Right.
guy believe. This is.
We can use it as
Yeah,
the
you know what I'm
mythology of
saying.
it because it comes from a previous story from the Hindus.
Yeah, exactly. There should be no fucking Bible. That's the legal system. That's part of the curse. The writings and the teachings and the oaths. That's part of it. This
Well,
is all
because what
part
did
of
they
it.
do for thousands of years? Yeah, they wrote stuff down on tablets.
They didn't
However,
need it. They just.
they
What do you
had oral tradition.
exactly? There you go. Just like the
And
Native Indians.
the information got passed down, passed down, passed down, passed down, which is why your third world countries, a lot of them are being attacked, right? Because they can't allow for that information to get out into the public. But at the same time, it doesn't matter. They can't stop it. They cannot stop the avalanche of information that's coming. We just have to learn how to discern between what's bullshit, which is most of it, and be able to like glean through the weeds to get to that little piece of truth that's mixed in there. That's why I can't watch the news because a 10-second clip I'll snap. Literally, I snap and there's like a whole, like, because I was gone, but I was listening to what you were saying earlier about how you have like that instant understanding. Holy shit. That was happening to me for the last 5-6 years. My processing power, it was like instant. So like there would be something that would pop up or I would see something and I would like, there was this instant knowing like, and it just would process through. And I can't even give an example because it's not happening so much anymore because I think that, I don't know, there's been an integration or something to where I just at a different level of thinking.
I call it the knowledge of knowing. You just know. That's it.
But I've always just known.
Another thing that you guys caught my attention with when I was laying there was the missing children. That's a very good point, and I didn't think about that. How many people do you know that are having issues with a missing child? None.
I don't know anybody.
Anybody, nobody. And I know a lot of flipping people.
Okay, but here's the thing. That's not to say that it isn't happening, but it is going to be used, like I was saying to Phil about, I see it as a reason why it would be so beneficial for a child. And they're already doing it. All these little children, 2-3-year-old, everybody's got like this little fucking GPS thing that's on their backpack. They put it on their wrist. They got all this fucking technology. I'm sorry, but a 2-year-old doesn't need technology. Yeah, but somebody might steal them. Do you know anybody that's had their children stolen? No, but I saw it on the news.
Oh, hey, I got a flash with that. The news is swine. Swine in the ancient language. Swinehorde. Something about news and swinehorde.
Interesting.
It fucked me up, dude. What the fuck? And
I'm going to say that you're
know.
in like some kind of a learning phase right now where you are just getting clips of
No,
downloads.
I think it's a little more intense than that. The denial of Christ is over. Where do you think I got that from?
From you, your higher
My
self.
my birth certificate.
What?
I Yeah, I got it from my birth certificate, same way as I got that Samuel the Hound of Hell. I was reading my birth certificate and got a flash, and then I reread it in an ancient way of reading, and it read out in the denial of Christ is over.
Yeah, because the Christ consciousness is landed.
Yeah, but I got that from my birth certificate, but then it falls in line with the Masonic trap that Phil was talking about. Phil was
Which
talking
part
about
falls
I, I
in line
don't
with
I don't
that?
I don't understand it. I just know that if I don't do it right, they can use me as a weapon, and it ain't cool.
Nobody
See,
can use you as a weapon unless you give permission.
exactly, and I've seen that too, and they don't like it. Like there's some of us they can't do nothing with. There's just they can't do nothing, and that's why the stuff gets exposed. Like you said, no matter what, it comes out anyways with the stuff in the Middle East. It's because there's guys that there's something about the Matrix they can't do nothing with it.
No, and we're in a time where all is going to be revealed. I mean, people, it it upsets me that people are not aware of the meaning of words. And I hear so much, there's going to be an apocalypse. And I'm like, you're in the apocalypse. And I'm like, and it's not some thing that's like, not going to blow something up. You're not going to, I'm like, it's an unveiling. It's revealing the truth. It's pulling the veil back for everybody to see. And that is exactly what is going on right now. Massively, massively, massively. The conspiracy theories that I was looking at 20 years ago are on the freaking Fox News, or they're on the affiliates of the other controlled opposition, whether it's the Tucker Carlsons or the Joe Rogans or whatever. I mean, that's all entertainment. But there are major pieces of truth in there, and then people are getting different perspectives. We've got the crew that's like the aliens are demons and they live underground, and then we've got the aliens are going to save us. um there's just so much, and you have to discern and cut through all of it. And it's very simple. Know who you are, where you came from, and start with everything is a lie, and then go from there, and then build it back up, and then trust source. You have to trust source. Source. You ask daily on the fly, whatever it is. I'm like, you know what? I'm so freaked out about this particular situation that right now, source, I know that you're going to handle it. So and I'll like talk to source, and I'm like, you handle it. I can't do this anymore. I'm not doing this anymore. I'm not doing it. And sometimes I get really mad and I start yelling at him.
Do you know what you're doing when you do that?
What do you mean?
Do you know what you're theoretically doing when you live the way you just said? It's called living by faith.
Oh, yeah, but it's not even faith. I'm like, I know you're going to take care of it. And it's what it is for me is handing it over and knowing it's just going to be fine. It's going to be okay. I don't need to worry about it.
What did I say
You
at the
know?
bottom? If
And
you
every time like something starts, you can like feel it almost coming up, like that anxiety's coming up, that fear's coming up, and it's like, hold up, nope, nope, not doing it. And so it's being that consciously aware. And if you can stay in that state of being consciously aware of what you're doing at all times, it's very difficult to do it at all times, but it is possible. And that's like what you're striving for, so that you're in a state of seeing. And then I can feel it energetically if I let source walk in front of me. So like source is like just a few inches or feet in front of me, and I'm okay back here. Like I can envision that, and then I have like a wall of protection around me, and it's okay. and know who you are and where you came from. So, is Phil asleep or what?
He's relaxing, doing his thing. He's probably making noise and doesn't want to bother somebody or something.
No, I'm not. I'm good.
Oh, he's
Just listening.
tired.
Yeah, I'm about
Does
ready to
anybody-
shut her down.
Yeah. Does anybody have any questions? Is there anybody in the chat? Who's in the chat? Phil, who's in the chat? You didn't
Maggots in
call anybody
there.
out?
Paul from Newcastle. I think that's it right now. It says there's 6 people in there, but I don't trust them.
Yeah, that ain't right.
Yeah, it's never right. So just same old familiar faces, which is good to see.
Yeah. All right. Yeah, because I have to be up bright and early tomorrow.
All right. Well,
Take it easy, Phil. Thanks for letting me up. It was
Hey,
nice
no
meeting you,
problem,
Sandy.
Hey, it was a pleasure talking to you. I don't think we ever met before.
Nope. No, I'm a solo fella.
All right.
Take it easy, Phil.
yeah, you too, man. There's
Have a good
Lapis.
night.
Lapis Blue, the lurker, she said. Bushwankers. I don't care. They can do whatever. And if they're recording me, they're not recording somebody else.
Hey, we made it 4 hours and 15.
Yeah.
That's so funny.
My head is feeling a little better, but it was hurting there for a while. I don't usually get headaches.
You probably need to drink more water or something.
Yeah.
Get some sleep. It's late there.
Yeah, I've been staying up late, not getting a lot of sleep. That's what it is.
Well,
All right.
there's kind of been a lot of excitement going on.
Yeah. All right.
So,
I'm going to let you
all
go.
right. Thank you.
All right.
Chat
You be
later.
good. All right.
Good
Bye.
night.
Bye.
Bye.
Well, there it was. The old Phoenix Rising. Thanks, Daniel. Lapis Blue. Paul from Newcastle. Maggot. Y'all take care. Much love. I'll see you around on the YouTube street somewhere. Be good or be good at it. Later.